aliens to make the world go around?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Like, it's odd. Like, like out of nowhere, But yeah, if you step out of the river long enough, you'll see the bodies of your enemies floating by.
This is
Worst.
true. This is true.
Yeah, Anthony, over 24 hours, Android was broken and Clubhouse couldn't use the app at all except for texting. You could not speak, no way, shape, or form, not speakerphone, nothing. The mic just was not working. That was a big deal. I know that there was a room. I actually came across a room. I don't know how I'm following the house that I got invited to it. It's an Indian house from India, not Indian, not Native American. Anyway, there was 4.6K people in that room. I have not seen that many people in a room, but I was thinking about like a good half of those guys are Android users. Like half of the world is Android. So I was like going, geez, there's a lot of people that are not able to use this app right now. So we were all sending messages in. Beth, what were you saying that you found out at Clubhouse? How many reports were there that went through? Like just yesterday alone, like over 2,000? Is that what you were saying, Beth? I don't know if Beth's so good. She might be doing something. But anyway, yeah, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
For the app, because half the users couldn't use the app.
Sure.
Hey, Steve, good morning. 4.6. That's a regular.
No.
That's a regular occurrence. Yeah, that's a regular occurrence over there. There's a whole other side of Clubhouse that their rooms just get completely bombarded. But I did want to say hey and good morning to Steve for a minute and just wish him a happy minute.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen. Happy hump.
Yeah, this
Pumpkin day in the muff.
I cannot. I am at work, but thank you.
So I know this yesterday, guys. Maybe y'all knew this because I know somebody mentioned it in the room, but I didn't realize until late last night when my editor sent me the story that Cracker Barrel allegedly has buried the new logo after backlash and they're returning to the old logo. Is this true?
Yes, I heard that this morning.
This is craziness.
Oh, that's the ultimate egg in the face, isn't it, for a CEO?
Yes,
Can you
it
imagine?
is.
Oh, that's hard
gosh.
to deal with.
Oh. He doesn't have much longer at that position. Not after that. Like it's that's the ultimate slap.
Yep.
It's crazy. It really is crazy. But like Bud Light, New Coat, this Cracker Barrel, debacle. Like why? I just don't understand. Who convinces them that this is a good idea? It's just so odd to me.
No, I agree.
Fringe progressives who claim the rest of us are offended by everything, just like when they got rid of the Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. Nobody was complaining about Aunt Jemima logo and the Uncle Ben's logo, especially nobody in the black community. Nobody cared. But the media and the fringe progressives convinced everybody else that black folks demanded this, and now that you won't find a single black person who was pressed about Uncle Ben's and Aunt Jemima. Then I read earlier this week on Twitter, I don't know how much this is true, I was reading comments on Twitter that said they changed the logo because of black people too. And I'm like, y'all just making stuff up now. I used to, I waited tables for 10 years when I was in my late teens, early 20s, right? And up until mid-20s. Cracker Barrel in the Midwest is one of the restaurants I worked at for a couple of years. Now, I guess it depends on where you are, but here where we are, and I know maybe a lot of Southern blacks might agree, black folks love Cracker Barrel. So nobody was complaining about the Cracker Barrel logo. So y'all hear that? It's lies, okay?
Hey, Nye, speaking of Aunt Jemima, though, a lot of people don't even know this fact. Aunt Jemima literally was one of the first podcasters ever. She used to actually have a regular show on an AM radio, and she would talk about different recipes. Literally had a cooking segment on the radio, like in the 1950s. I'd have to look. Don't quote me on the timing, but if you were to chat GPT and look it up, you'd find it. Actually, a client of mine, their family were good friends with the Aunt Jemima's family. I have pictures. I'm trying to find them and have to request them again because there's some amazing historical stuff on that. She's actually an amazing person, and the family's extremely proud of her. And so, yeah, when they wanted to take her face off of it, they were not happy. It was a big deal.
Look at progressive white women.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm a conservative person. It is what it is, right? But I think that the straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of people was the wokeness. Like, I think that was what was a bridge too far. And I think that, the current iteration of the, thought leadership in the left party doesn't think it was a problem. I think they're still in denial. And I think that they may need to feel some more pain before they reconsider that stance.
Do you think that the wokeness is the reason they changed it though? I mean, I at first it didn't even dawn on me that was the reason, and I don't know if they've ever officially said that was the reason. I mean, the logo definitely looks older, and companies definitely modernize their logos as like a lazy way of trying to update their brand, and it happens constantly. And I didn't make that connection until people started saying it. So I feel like potentially that's not why they did it, unless they've ever admitted that's why they did it. I feel like it could have been done. I mean, still poorly so, because the brand meant something, obviously, more than they were aware of. But I'm not convinced it was to remove the old white guy like everyone thinks. But I'm not sure. I could be wrong.
It wasn't to remove the old white guy. It was to remove the Cracker Barrel. And by the way, although it's very true, Mike makes a good point, that companies reinvent their logos all the time. Unless you've had the exact same logo for over 50 years, that's a completely different animal.
Oh, like Cracker Jacks, for example.
So why did they get rid of the Cracker Barrel then? I mean, first of all, what is a Cracker Barrel? Is it a barrel full of like crackers?
Yes, that's what it actually was. It was a man, if I'm not mistaken, in a chair, a rocking chair, next to a wooden barrel filled with crackers. Yeah.
I guess I didn't know that crackers came in barrels at any point in time.
Well, I mean, that's part of the heritage thing of how, like, that disappears with these kinds of changes, because not just, like, for one people, but, like, everybody, because that's how they used to ship things. They used to ship food in those kind of barrels.
But here's the deal, too. Okay, you know the shape of the new logo. If they would have made that a very minimalistic, stylized side of a barrel, like a barrel turned on its side, and so they put like the straps on the left and the right of the letters, right? And retain the barrel in a very simplistic, minimalistic, modernized form, I'm not sure people would have hated the logo as much. I don't think people are responding to the loss of the dude. I think they're to how huge the change was and how everything was removed to it, so it was just an ugly fucking yellow patch with bad type. Like, I feel like that's what people responded to, and not the loss of the dude or the barrel. But if they could have made a stylized barrel on its side and just done that, I think it wouldn't have necessarily encountered this.
I have a Sprouts near me. It's right next to my Ralph's. And as was just said, they have one aisle that has about 10 different barrels. And the barrels each have different types of rice, different types of beans, maybe different types of other things. They don't have crackers in them. And quite frankly, in my humble opinion, whatever it's worth, this is not an issue with the old man by a barrel. This is by the name Cracker Barrel. And I do think this is a woke issue. I think sorry about the cocoa. This is a woke issue regarding the name and not the picture. And they changed up the picture. They didn't change the name, and now it's back to the way it was. And I think my humble opinion, It's a huge clusterfuck that backfire.
That's an interesting observation, Mike, of yours, because it doesn't the logo, the updated one, it makes the Cracker Barrel thing, makes it look cheap, doesn't it?
It lost all personality.
Yeah.
Like, they removed 100% of personality.
And history. And personality and history.
Yeah, the history is what really makes me.
Yeah, I really think that what I'm saying is potentially the real issue. Like I said, what I'm standing by firmly is that I think if they would have retained the barrel in a slightly more interesting logo, I really think people are responding. I think the cracker and white people versus black people is all just social media bullshit. But I think that the fact that the logo is too simple and fucking ugly and it lost all its character and personality, I think that's why people hate the new logo. And then the people saying it's a racial issue are just kind of like laying that on through the filter of their own glasses, I think. That's what I really think is a true issue.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's funny to say they took the cracker off.
Yeah, exactly. It begs for the joking anyway, right? Like in general, like I get it. Like it couldn't happen to a better company, honestly. It's fine.
Oh, and if you look at the history of Cracker Barrel, it's kept inside that barrel, soda crackers, right? And they used the barrel as the guys gathered around. They used those old barrels to play games on. And they just sat there and, used them. But you should watch some of the YouTubers, the influencers, because they stop at Cracker Barrel as they travel with their RVs, because it's one of the only places off the highway they can pull in and they have RV parking and they're safe and they're good. But man, oh man, they are slamming Cracker Barrel left, right, everywhere.
Cracker Barrel is the only place that I can get locally some fried chicken. I love their fried chicken. I need to learn how to make it at home. Or their chicken, or is it the chicken fried chicken and the country fried steak? I need to learn how to make it because that's why I go there.
What
I
is
used
the
to always
difference
eat-
between chicken fried chicken and chicken fried? Other than what?
They're both breaded. They're breaded. They're flat. And the steak is flat and breaded and deep fried. The breast is flat and then breaded and deep fried. And then it's generally served with the gravy, which I don't really use the gravy that much. I don't like that white gravy. And your sides. And of course, Cracker Barrel, home of the hash brown, the delicious hash brown casserole, and they have the best lemonade. So, yeah.
See what I miss, Nye? They used to have, you could pick your protein and pick your side separately. And one of the proteins was fried chicken livers. And they don't have it anymore, and I used to love those when they were cooked right, when they were not overcooked. I still love chicken livers and chicken kidneys. Not kidneys, gizzards and lizards. I still burn livers. I love that.
I'll tell you, I think during COVID,
Oh my goodness.
Anthony's like, I'm perked up, chicken livers.
Oh, I love chicken livers. I love beef liver too. I went to a diner in Marietta recently because I saw, Marietta Diner, Serendipity. They have beef liver dinner.
I did.
And I went there and I love it. Like, I used to have it when I was a kid and I liked it. I don't know, weird.
Mike, you're in the Atlanta area?
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. Now that is what's up.
Thanks a bunch of us Georgia folks. I'm really starting to feel like Georgia's representing.
You need
Sir,
to
I
because
didn't
the
even
morning
know
takes
that
over.
I've met Holly in person, and I had no idea that you were out here as well. That's what's up.
Yep. And
Oh, Anthony, you're in Georgia too?
Yes, sir. I certainly am, man. Certainly am. I go to Marietta Dine on a very regular basis, bro.
I definitely don't think the servings are there. That place is redonkulous. It's also very expensive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very
It's like hard to go
They're-
and share.
The managers there, they're so friendly. They're so nice. They always make you feel welcome. You guys ever go to Marietta Fish Market?
It's owned by the same people, yeah. I haven't eaten there though. I gotta say, their style, they're like, mean, as a design guy, their style is horrendous. Like in general, it's just hideously ugly. But it's
like the branding.
Yeah, the branding, it's dated, right? And their menu is enormous, which I'm always skeptical of restaurants with like 10,000 things on their menu because I feel like how can you do 10,000 things right? But to be honest, I've never had bad food there, so they apparently can do 10,000 things right.
That's like the Cheesesteak Factory. Oh my god, it's like it's the worst thing for a person with ADHD. It's like going into the candy aisle of the store.
Oh yeah, I hate it. I hated it. Marietta Diners are worse too. They have you would not believe this menu is like 30 pages long. It's just fucking ridiculous.
In addition to having like 30 pages, they sometimes have inserts with like different other, items they've added.
And their food is huge. Like when I got the beef liver dinner, dude, each piece of liver was like 12 inches long or more, probably. I'd say 14, 16 inches long. 2 of them on a platter that was like the kind where like a Chinese family would serve the entire family on the table with one of these platters. That's how big this was. Like I had lunch 2 days afterwards after eating dinner there. Like I could not believe how much food. It was also expensive. I mean, a slice of cake there is like $12 or something. I mean, they have amazing cakes, but like one slice like $12. It's super pricey for what it is. I mean, but you get.
It's so funny. Like they have that cake display, and I've never tried any of their cakes.
Oh, their cakes are amazing.
Good as nobody's business. They look so good.
Oh, they're amazing. Yeah. I'm a big sweets guy, so I can't walk past something like that and not go for it.
Like Marietta Diners polarizing amongst my friend group. Like some people absolutely hate it, and some people absolutely love it. There's very few in betweens. I like it a lot. I have no problem with it whatsoever. But I have friends that have like this visceral reaction, like they have to be held hostage at like 3 o'clock in the morning and forced to go. That's the only way you get in the movie there.
It's the epitome of like super unhealthy, huge portion, fat person food place. Like it definitely has that vibe, which is probably why people feel that way. But it owns it, right? There used to be another place. Oh, it was a chain restaurant. It's not. I don't think it exists anymore. Oh, what the fuck was the name of that place? It had like a wagon on the logo, like a wagon train wagon. But it was damn it, I was off the top of my tongue. Anyway, it was known for big portions. Like its plates were bigger than Marietta Diner, and it was known for that. It was fucking enormous, and people would go there, and because of the large portions. And I feel like that's what Marietta Diner is. Like to be honest with you, I know this woman who probably weighs 380 pounds or more. She's a friend of mine, and every time we go out for lunch, she wants to go to Marietta Diner. So it made that connection in my head. I was like, oh yeah, because she eats everything she gets, whereas I'm like taking like 2, doggy bags with me.
So I just looked up this Marietta Diner because I'm like, man, that sounds like someplace I want to go. Yeah, the portions are huge. This is my type of spot, but it looks like it's only in Georgia, huh?
Yeah, it's a private family that owns it in Georgia. They own a couple restaurants, and it was on Guy Fieri's Food Whatever show. That thing, it was on there one time too.
It's very kitschy.
It looks delicious. When I first started going there, like it's like it to me reminds me of diners that I grew up around. Like it's very much like the classic diners dine. It never closes. The menu, the menu itself, holding it in your hand, that's the diner menu I grew up with. Like, like the large selection, it's like a slice of Americana to me. Like,
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like going back into the diners. It's like going back to the 80s when you step in there.
I literally last week received pictures of diners in Brooklyn, some that are still open and some that have since closed. Like it was just so much a part of our like adolescence, young adulthood, that, you know, people were thoughtful enough to send pictures of diners last week. It was like a little thread amongst friends. And, you know, we had whole conversations laughing about memories of these places.
Oh, the restaurant I was thinking of with the gigantic portions was called Claim Jumper. You should Google Claim Jumper and see how big their food was. I don't know if they still exist, but there's probably shit on the internet about them.
Claim Jumper still does exist.
So, do they still have ginormous plates of food?
Yes.
Yeah, you have frozen stuff from Claim Jumper, like Smart Final, some of the stores that you can find Claim Jumper frozen food.
Yeah, that's not what they at all. Like Boston Market, but then you get their food and the frozen. It was disgusting. I didn't hate Boston Market, but it disappeared. I didn't hate it though.
Remember before that, it was Kenny Rogers Roasters. I swear to God, they ended up taking over that business because it was the same exact business model.
Oh my gosh! I was in a cemetery in Atlanta recently, walking my dog with my dad who's visiting from Seattle, just because I like to walk through cemeteries. They're interesting. And we stumbled upon Kenny Rogers' grave just randomly. I was like, holy fuck, that's Kenny Rogers' grave. Yeah, it's in what's the big I guess Atlanta people. What's the big cemetery? It's across the street from 6 Feet Down Under, or Down Under, that restaurant. You know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of it. I've driven by it a million times. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's in the city. It's
known for being like a super famous cemetery. But I didn't know Kenny Rogers was buried there. And yeah, his grave's there. People set little things on top of it. Someone set like little little wireless headphones I saw sitting on top of it. There's a bunch of random shit on top of it.
I'll tell you serendipity, that would be a good room to do. I know we were talking about doing a recipe room, but doing a room that showcases restaurants in different areas. Yeah.
We could, I mean, the thing of it is there's plenty to expand upon there. You know, it could be a total geek out girl fest. Recipes, restaurants. Because we have enough people from enough variety, of a good variety of areas that, like, when you're traveling and stuff, it's kind of nice to hear from locals, like, where are the really must-see places, you know, because locals are way more informed than anything you're going to pull up on any touristy site.
Yeah, what's your go-to non-chain restaurant in the Atlanta metro area?
Well, it is a chain, but not very many places, and it's I love that place. There's one.
You cut out. You cut out. Mike. Uh-oh. The audio glitch got him. Mike, you're gonna have to log out and log back in.
Uh-oh. It's Apple's turn. Uh-oh.
I know. Here it goes.
I'll give you one. Mine had to be Umedo, which is a ramen shop in Sewanee, and they actually make their own homemade noodles, and their other location is in Tokyo. Umedo, best ramen in Atlanta.
I checked out after I said it. Did you guys hear what I said?
No.
What did you guys say about it?
You're still in the Matrix, Mike.
We didn't hear the name of the restaurant.
And you're still in the Matrix.
This is not a good representation of Georgia technology.
I'll be honest, like, I know Atlanta is a food city, and there are some fantastic upscale, like, restaurants. But I'm from St. Pete, Florida, and I feel like I feel like St. Pete's actually a really underrated food city. The food in St. Pete, from Vietnamese to old, like, Coney Island hot dog spot that I think sadly closed to, you know, I mean, Biff Burger. I mean, I could just go Pasadena, you have Peters. I mean, just so much.
I agree.
I'm getting really hungry right now. It's 7:20 a.m. on the West It's good to see you.
Hey, buddy.
Adams, what's up, Adams? I didn't know it was Mike Slippers. You said something.
It's not, it's slippers.
I will say, keep with the food theme. I will tell you, I've done a lot of international travel. The best food city I have ever been, hands down, is Lima, Peru. Absolutely blown away by the food there. From the little dives to the fancy, I mean, it is incredible food. They actually have the most Michelin star restaurants of any city in the world. But yeah, Lima, Peru, if you ever get a chance, amazing food.
What kind of stuff do they have?
So Lima has an interesting history. So there's a lot of Japanese influence there because there was a lot of Japanese migration way back in the day. So it's kind of like a South American, Central South American, South American, Japanese, a lot of Japanese influence. It's just very unique. It's very experimental, but man, oh man, is it just incredible. Like I don't know, just like the ingredients they're using. I've never eaten anywhere where I was just, every plate, I was just like, holy shit. I mean, amazing.
So Anthony, my favorite place in Atlanta, it's not necessarily, it is a chain, but it's only got like 3 locations, I think, and it's owned by a family, so it's not really technically a chain. But it's Taqueria del Sol off Hell Mill Road. I fucking love that place. I love their margaritas. I love their guacamole. Their guac is amazing.
Oh yeah. Good Mexican food.
We do have a lot of good taquerias here, you're right. Like Atlanta does have a lot of good taquerias. Now, we also have really good Chinese, better than St. Pete. I will say Atlanta has better Chinese than St. Pete. Like authentic Szechuan kind of cuisine. We have Atlanta hands down.
Do you get the there as well?
Yeah. I wish it was a little more common, like dim sum for breakfast kind of deal. Like you don't find that. There's only like a couple places that do it for breakfast, but yeah, we do it.
If you go to, so I'm married to a Chinese woman, and her father owned a Chinese restaurant for his entire career. And if you go to like Buford to Chinatown there, they have two types of food. Like they literally have 2 menus. One's in Chinese, one's in English. There's not the same things on them. And Chinese food in general, like what he makes like all the time for us, is totally different than any Chinese restaurant that I go to. Like there's core dishes that I've never had at Chinese restaurants, like eggs and tomatoes like stewed together, like scrambled egg and tomato stewed together is like one thing they do. And then they do a lot of like pork with wild mushrooms, stuff like that, like trumped pork with wild mushrooms in like broth. But it's not sweet at all, and it's kind of one note. It's kind of boring after you eat a lot of it. I get kind of tired of it. But that's all he really cooks. He doesn't cook anything. Like I have to ask for like orange chicken or something. It's almost like he laughs under his breath and makes it for me, But you can get all that Chinese food in Buford Highway. Like they go there and they're part of like a Chinese group, like a seniors thing, and they make Chinese food for each other, and they also serve it in all those restaurants. So if you live in that Chinese area, you can have them.
Yeah, when I go into some of the Chinese grocery stores, like I can't remember, not Super H Mart, that's Korean, which I like Super H Mart, but like if you go to the Chinese ones that are more like gritty, okay, and they're big, but they're gritty. It really, I used to live in Hong Kong when I was a kid, and it totally brings me back. Like the smell,
Yeah.
it just, I mean, I transport back in time. Actually, I feel like I'm back in Hong Kong.
Well, what's weird is they're gritty, right? Like, yeah, but their food is better quality. Like their chicken is like, their chicken tastes so much better. It's like I can't even explain it. It's like 50% more flavor in like a whole chicken that they'll sell you. So I don't know what they do. They feed it different. I don't know what it is. It's night and day. It's unbelievable the quality difference of their food. Their fish, their beef, all of it is like infinitely fresher and cheaper than the white people stores.
Yeah, their produce, like we love to get produce, stock up on produce at like Super H Mart, for example. They just have better produce. I don't know why. Like, and they have a lot of more obscure, things that you can't get at the regular grocery that we really like. We love Asian food in our house.
Yeah, Yeah, I should PTR my lunch today actually because I have leftovers from Chinese dinner at my dad's last night. Here, I'll PTR it. This is my lunch, and this is a straight up Chinese type lunch. Okay.
That's cool. You have a Chinese father-in-law. Is he from mainland or is he from like?
He's from Shanghai, and my mother-in-law is from Taiwan. My mother-in-law was her dad worked for the Taiwanese government and democracy, the budding democracy, as a governor.
Wow.
Both of them moved to Brazil when they were children, and they were actually an arranged marriage in Brazil. So they speak Portuguese, Chinese, Cantonese, Spanish, Japanese, because my mother-in-law lived in Japan a while. My mother-in-law speaks 9 languages. They're pretty fucking impressive people.
That's so cool. I still remember how to say 1 through 10. Got something machapacasa. And I remember my address. Pasapa Hong Santo. I remember that. That's about it.
I can speak 1 to 10 in Japanese.
That's correct. I took 3 years Japanese in high school and lived there 2 years, so I was fluent at one point.
Taiwan. I really want to go to Taiwan. The food scene there is supposed to be incredible as well, and like much cheaper than Tokyo, for example, but really good.
My answering machine in Japan said moshi moshi watashi san ima sen atade kakenyashite kudasai. Don't worry, which is like, I'm not here right now. Please call me later. Thank you.
Hey, I let my dog out. Yo, who knew it was so cool this morning? Like, yo,
Dude.
actually.
It's cold. It's fun.
I had to wear a sweatshirt.
Well, all my sweaters are still packed up, and I didn't have time. I had to go. I'm actually at Hiawassee right now, but hopefully it warms up a little so I'm not freezing. But yeah, dude, it definitely feels like fall today.
Yeah, you like if you ever make it up, like Marietta area, there's a restaurant called Seed, Seed. You gotta check it out. Really solid spot, man. Great date night spot for you and the wife.
I'll check it out. I live in East Cobb, so I've heard of Seed actually. I've never been there, but I definitely
live in
know.
East Cobb, and it's up the block for me, bro. Like that's where it is.
We're gonna do an Atlanta hot happy hour sometime soon. So Mike and Serenity, I'll let you know in case y'all want to come. Anthony, that's about it. Craig, I don't know if y'all know Craig. I really like him. He moved here now, so he's cool. Any other Atlanta folks, just text me in the back channel. I'll try to get the word out to do it with me.
Okay, so here's my lunch. If you PTR, this is my lunch today. I have in the top right is rice and eggplant. In the top left is pork with mushrooms, and in the bottom right is chicken with potatoes and red onions and Chinese chives.
Yummy.
This is a very typical. It's not colorful. It's not colorful, right? And it's kind of one note, but it's super healthy. And so
Yeah, that looks good.
we eat dinner at their house every Tuesday, and then they give me lunch the next month.
I'm jealous. I'm trying to incorporate fermented food into every meal I get as much as I can. Like whether it's sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, I'm trying to do that. I just think I don't know, I think it's going to be better for my stomach. My stomach's been having some issues lately, so I think fermented foods are.
Yeah, I can tell when I eat this food, like even when I poop the next day, it's like proper poop, like you don't even have to wipe your butt. Like if you know you're healthy, if you don't have to wipe your butt after you poop, because there's nothing there. Like, that's amazing, right? And that happens after I eat their food. But then I go and I eat my way for a while, and then it's like a nightmare, and it's half a roll of toilet paper, so I can tell the difference.
Okay, I got a post food. PTR everyone. This is shrimp and frites right here at a winery. They do a once a month dinner kind of thing where they feature a food with some form of a French fry. This was a shrimp and frites dish we had. It's so good.
That looks amazing.
Yummy. I have a really bad egg intolerance. any of you guys have experienced that, because it's gotten worse and worse as I got older. I don't like eggs that much anyway, but like yesterday, I ate a spoonful of brownie batter that I was making, and I cracked the eggs in there, not really thinking much about it, but oh my gosh, I mean, it just takes me out.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because in my area, we get a lot of people off Clubhouse that come this way because they're going out on cruise ships. And I'm like, guys, don't go to the restaurants that are at the port. If you have at least 2 hours, get an Uber and go out. Go down to 9th Street filling station. Try some of our local restaurants rather than, actually, the ones at the port are not, they're local, they're not chains, but they are chains, like Mike was saying about the restaurant there, and just have more than one location. But I'm like, no. They're high priced and the food is not that great. Go away from the port, you'll find some good food. I'm actually looking for a chef in Miami for an event that a bunch of people from Clubhouse, we're gonna all meet up, but trying to find a chef to cook for us and have a beach bonfire. Because I can go fancy schmancy all day long, but I'm like, guys, you're coming to Florida, might as well have a bonfire on the beach.
PTR my food again. This is when he makes duck. He puts the duck's head on the dish, which I always think is hysterical. This is what his duck dish looks like.
Yeah, a couple of years back, I was coaching a guy out of Boise, Idaho, on his Airbnbs. He just got into Airbnbs, and I'm looking at everything he has to offer, and I'm like, dude, you don't have any restaurants. You haven't went out and marketed about your, place, and that you'll help some of the local restaurants. I found more stuff to do and more restaurants that make me want to crave to go to Boise, Idaho. That I'm like, dude, you got to advertise it that way, because there are so many hometown restaurants there that are absolutely look amazing.
Oh, Jennifer said she took Japanese in high school too. I was curious where she went to high school, like what state, because it's not very common to be offered in high school. But I was in Seattle, so they offered it.
Holly, unmic. Let's see if we can hear you. No, we can't hear you.
Uh-oh.
That's the third one down. Third one down.
Is it Apple's turn? Nice, that'd be funny. That would be funny though.
A short, filthy pie hole. That audio glitch has actually been going on for a while, and I swear it's because of the previews in the hallway. I think their servers are getting bogged down because they're putting us in and out of rooms as we scroll through.
Does anyone see Joe or me come into rooms at all? I haven't seen. I mean, he used to go through rooms, but he may not be going through rooms that I go through. But he seemed to be the only one in Clubhouse that actually was really using the app. I feel like if they used the app, they would know where the users are coming from. Like, seems like that'd be a smart thing to do.
I feel like I just very recently heard somebody mention that he was in a room that they were in, so he is apparently still bouncing around.
Okay, that's good. I think so. But it seems like these things would be noticeable, and I don't know. Yeah, they are are from California. The clubhouse is from California, Joel. I mean, you've been in the town halls. I mean, it sounds like the Valley Girl workshop up at the top when they talk. Like, oh yeah, so I was flipped out. How's it going in that room with ya? Like, sorry. I'm from California, so I'm a smack. I'm not my California people.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I found it very weird, the rooms that I feel like they're highlighting in the town halls. They've chosen some really, really interesting character.
I'll say it and I'll say it again. I think the smartest thing that they could do is a town hall where they actually incorporate the town. And specifically, it doesn't have to be all users, but I think they should incorporate the moderators of the rooms. Like they should do a special invitation to the mods of Clubhouse because the mods have the best feedback for their people and the users that come to the rooms. And they should be talking to the mods. That would be just seems like nonsense to me, but I know that common isn't in a sense. We're bringing back common. I think we're starting to get common back in a sense. We're still working on.
I think this one room, hey Brian, I think this one room, they would really benefit of going into the English speaking room because the name of their room is Here was the room you were looking for. You were
right.
looking for.
I've seen that one in the hallway, Beth. Every time it triggers me. I'm like, you did that right. Good morning, Brian and Vero. Brian, you were saying something?
Oh, I was agreeing. There is no common sense, and just keep making the app harder for people to even get into a room. I mean, that's just lovely. Their auto ad feature that they tried to roll out is just a mess. Because like now, if I get a phone call and leave this room and have to come back, I'm gonna have to probably open and close the app like 4 times to get it to open instead of sitting there and spin and quick jumping me from room to room.
Yeah, that functionality is really just completely bogging down. It's making the user experience a lot worse. I can't tell you how many times a day I say, oh, your audio just went out, you're gonna have to close the app and come back.
Good morning, Federal. Monica, what's going on?
Morning. It's chilly this morning in New York, y'all. I think it's like 60.
It's chilly here too. I love it. It's like,
It's nice.
fall's right around the corner.
Sweater weather.
I know. I had to put on a hoodie this morning. I was so excited.
Football weather. Yeah, it was 72 degrees here this morning. It felt so good.
Yeah, we got football games starting this Friday, so starting at 4 o'clock all the way till 9 p.m. The baseball starts.
It's 92 here now. I'm pretty sure we were done in the 60s this morning. It feels amazing.
Yeah, I know. I want my foot to get better so that I can actually, with this type of weather, I can clean my garages out and get everything organized with my Christmas decorations and it's everything.
All the fall stuff. How many here work remotely and like use Clubhouse as kind of like your work companion throughout the day?
I do. 100%.
Yeah, me too. So I apologize if there's pauses, but sometimes it's like, oh, I gotta go deal with this.
Same here. I have a quota to meet. I have 13 stories to write Monday through Friday by a certain time, and they have to be posted according to LA time, and I'm on Chicago time. So yeah, I treat Clubhouse, especially during this time of the day, like AM radio playing.
Yes, yes, very much so.
I mean, I live remotely, so this is my
GMO organic free.
I'm gonna block you now. I can't stand your slippers.
All right, we're here for the train wreck. Come on, keep it going, y'all. Brian Mose is the person that I had the single most embarrassing exchange with on Clubhouse. I sexually inadvertently, because of autocorrect, accosted him in back channel. I was trying to say, don't rat me out, because I friended him on my personal Instagram account, not my Clubhouse Instagram account, and autocorrect corrected the word to don't eat me out. I honestly felt so bad. I was like, I need to write his wife an apology letter, because of course you can't edit your fucking messages on Clubhouse. Ugh. Single most embarrassing moment ever.
Yeah, I love Clubhouse for how many of you really appreciated Clubhouse when you are in a place where you really don't want to talk to someone or someone around you. So it's like you're on a phone call without being on a phone call. Clubhouse is great when you work out because you can literally just, I swear the workouts go by so quick. When I'm on Clubhouse, I love it.
I don't know. I passed my phone over to the waitress before and said, here, talk to these people. She's like, what?
You know what I hate? I hate when I'm walking through like I'm running in somewhere to grab something real quick or whatever, and I don't even think about it. Like I'll have my phone on speaker, and suddenly people start crashing out, and I'm like, oh, where's the volume? Turn it down, turn it down.
Do you ever get those notifications from Apple saying that their volume is too
Yes. For sure.
I literally had to turn those off because of the fact that the volume is too loud on all my surroundings.
No, you keep them on, because I'm telling you, like, this type of technology can be very, very, very captivating, and I think that it's important for people to recognize that you don't want to lose your hearing early, as a result of just being on social
Huh? What? No, I was talking about the phone warning me that my tractor is too noisy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the noise reduction headphones in. Like, it should totally be picking up on that.
Could you imagine being 85 years old, and I lost my hearing because of Clubhouse?
Too much banging in my life.
I'm actually surprised no one has, I haven't read anything about anyone doing Clubhouse for hearing loss. With the big mics, and then, the microphones with a beef phone talking about. Adams, you fucking can master that shit. You can get your ass super loud. Are you using a corded headset? I mean, how do you don't actually?
I mean, I just use the wired headset, and if I'm home and somebody's speaking over me, I will full on take out a bullhorn.
I am screaming. Sometimes I am screaming when he does that. When people start commenting in the chat, Adams activate. I'm dying. I'm absolutely dying. I'm like, oh, here we go.
See, you use it the right way though. Like there's some people that do that constantly though. Like season 1 was insane.
Excuse me, go back on mute. Thank you very much. You're not gonna overtalk.
Well, see, that's a feature that would be really nice. Is like Discord, where you can actually adjust the individual people's volume custom for you. So you could go to each person and adjust their volume so it comes out the way you want. And if you don't want to hear them very loud, you can quiet them down a lot.
Yeah,
That's a nice thing.
that was a nice feature on Oculus when you go into some of those rooms. You can turn individual people up or down.
See, I think that'd be far better than the block feature, actually. They just do that and forget about this.
Right. Like, I can just mute you. You can be on stage and I can't hear a word you're saying.
Right, we'll just see the bubble flashing around knowing that you're talking, but we won't hear the words coming out of your mouth. Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the chaos that would create? Oh, I didn't hear them. What they say? Never mind. I don't want to know.
Yeah, the only reason why I have that bullhorn is because of the recent immigration protests. And I actually went to downtown LA with my friends and we were trolling the fuck.
Oh my gosh. I paid good money to see that, Adams.
It went something like, a little bit something like this. Swim back! Which, by the way, I will say this, traffic has been noticeably lighter since they started deporting.
Really?
Yes.
Like, seriously?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. That's a lot coming from LA.
Right?
Well, I know the homeless population's kind of disappeared a lot in my city. I've been seeing they're keeping it moving. I mean, they're not hanging out. I mean, the only times now when I see any of them is like around when they get their checks, you know, at the beginning of the month or end of the month. Otherwise, but the weird thing that's been going on in my city is I think some trank has been getting pushed around because I've been seeing people do matrix moves on the corners of the streets. Some weird stuff. Trank is that like horse tranquilizer with fentanyl laced thing. It's gnarly.
I was shocked, I'm sure everybody saw the Little Nas video that went around. Adams was reading yesterday on it, and didn't you say he like assaulted 4 officers, Adams?
Yeah, he's facing like 4 felony counts of resisting arrest and assaulting 3 officers.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even, like I said, I'd seen the video, and I was just like, the way he was dressed, I was like, oh, this is such a publicity stunt, but I didn't realize that he'd actually like assault those officers and stuff.
Well, not only that, but eventually, most people saw the video of him in his underwear. Eventually, he got fully naked. So the other part of this that really upsets me is the fact that, given the homeless population, like I've been on Clubhouse and I've walked down Hollywood Boulevard and have seen fully naked homeless people changing just right on the sidewalk. There was one time this dude was like sunning his balls, like right on the corner, like just like laid out on the lawn, spread eagle, sunning his balls, so I mean, I feel like our public indecency laws need to be enforced. Like there were people back in like the early 2000s that got put on the sex offender registry for peeing in public.
Wow. That's a lot. I think I'd be scared to live in LA.
I think to a degree, I'd say Sacramento is almost equally as bad. Sacramento is terrible, opposite side of California. And then of course San Francisco. I mean, hello. They still got the poop maps going. I think I don't know. I haven't checked it lately, so I don't go there anymore.
Are you still out in Cali, Sean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo.
Okay. We got lots of Cali folks too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. There really isn't a ton of. There's not a lot of people from the West Coast on this app, especially California.
Really? I feel like there's quite a few. Like I hear more people from Cali oftentimes and Texas. We got quite a few Texans too.
Oh my God, they're the worst. They are literally the worst. Like I can't deal with people from Texas. Like I really can't.
It's the Austin Texans. It's those ones from Austin. You know why? Because they're the ones from they're the Californians living in Texas. nicest places in Texas, from what I understand, as far as weather. I mean, I don't know. I got a good weather.
So every person that I grew up with that decided like, oh, we're not going to, we're not gonna be able to afford, the same house that we grew up in. A lot of them moved to Texas, got divorced, and moved right back and found a man to provide. So, like I said, at the end of the day, people want to live the Texas dream. The food culture is horrible. The weather is absolutely terrible, and the taxes are like through the roof. Like, yeah, you're not going to necessarily pay income taxes, but have you guys looked at property taxes in Texas lately?
Well, that is the thing that I will say. I have a friend that moved from Cali to Texas, and he said he was like, the Mexican food in Texas is shit compared to what you get in Cali, because I guess it's more like a Tex-Mex, not like a authentic Mexican. He'd be complaining about that all the time.
Speaking of food, there's some good Tex-Mex though. You just have to know where to go. But have you ever had a Taco Deli? Their salsa is phenomenal. If you ever come across Taco Deli, you gotta get it. It's not too hot, so it's gringo friendly, but it's got a really good flavor, like a good flavor. Taco Deli, there's a few of them, and I think they're in Texas. Yeah.
Being a Mexican,
they do.
going to California, being a Texas Mexican, going to California, living in California and San Diego, and then eating the Mexican food there, I have to disagree with all of y'all.
Really?
Not really. Y'all just, I feel like the California food just slops a bunch of guac on things, put some like fucking, I don't know, pomegranate seeds in it, and says that it's Baja. I don't know, just not for me,
So you were the opposite. You were a Texan, and I'm assuming like grew up with the Mexican, and then you went to Cali. Yeah, okay. That makes sense though.
But I'm also Chicana, I'm also Mexican. I guess. Yes, I'm Chicana myself. I will say that Central Mexican food, just like Central American food, Central African food, Central European food, is not the same as coastal food. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're 100% correct.
And sometimes it's a lot lighter, brighter. The coastal foods are brighter, fishier,
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I learned this from my parents. Never eat seafood any more than 20 or 30 miles away from the beach. Okay? I went to Vegas one time to Cabo Wabo Cantina, and I literally ended up at Sunrise Hospital. Like, I was throwing up for hours. Like, they were carrying me through the freaking Venetian on a gurney with my balls hanging out, because I was like, it was horrible. Like, absolutely horrible. But, like, I'm telling you, like, don't ever eat seafood too far away from the beach. Or after a storm. That's another thing too. Like, a lot of people, we have like El Ninos and like, our seasonal storms in California. Then you see people sitting at Mastro's having a lobster dinner. It's like, okay, you're just asking to get sick.
Why not after a storm?
Because of the way that like the sewage and the runoff systems work, and where people are fishing. Like, the water in California is not very clean.
I didn't know that about the storms, but that makes perfect sense. But yeah, my parents have always said the same thing. We have one seafood restaurant in our town, luckily, that has fresh fish shipped from the coast. That's where I'll go. Like, if I want really, really good seafood, but I agree with you for the most part. I only get it when we go down to the coast.
Oh yeah, this actually reminds me. I saw a disgusting video this morning, and it was here in New York City on the Hudson. I'm not gonna say who they were, but there were some people who provide services to the community in trucks of the sort, who were fishing in the Hudson, like netting in the Hudson, which is illegal, by the way. But can you imagine in the Hudson River, the brackish gray water, fishing and serving it?
They're all here. Have some tilapia.
Do you not remember when that plane crashed into the Hudson?
I do remember, Stony.
Oh my God. I remember thinking, like, everybody on that plane needs to take an AIDS test now. Like, that water is so incredibly fucking dirty. Like, I see YouTube videos of people swimming in the Hudson River. Like, who does that?
Oh my God, I saw some people capsize in a canoe, and I was gonna throw up. I was like, oh.
Would you believe that people kayak in the LA River?
Yeah. seen that. That is, I know, I just can't. Oh my God.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I mean, you're talking to a person since the fires. I have not been to the.
When they're the ones accused.
I'd like to hear what he proposes as an alternative, you know?
So he's supposed to do the investigation. He wants the idea to investigate their own alleged crimes.
Right, but how is that any less biased? Like, what? Well, that's the definition of bias. We cannot allow that.
Let's say you're accused of committing murder, and I'm like, you know what, Aziz? You're gonna investigate your own murder. Tell me, are you guilty or not?
Grow up.
That's what I said, like, when did someone involved in the act, crime or innocence, ever be the judge, or ever be like,
Trump did too. So to be fair, no,
like, when did that ever happen in history?
so to be fair, no, I guess that is actually, no, it is actually common practice within military. That's why you have military police.
Really?
For the military police, yeah. So every military has a military police, right?
I see,
Yeah, yeah. So in the case in Israel, for example, the military police arresting the people who raped the Palestinian prisoner, right?
Okay.
The military police were actually doing their job. But what happened was that people, like regular civilian people, started protesting against this. And the Knesset held hearings against this, saying that Israelis have the right to rape Palestinians. At which point, the military police.
Israelis.
Dude, let me just finish
Now, bro. You talking shit, bro. You don't know about it.
I'm sorry, let me finish, because I haven't heard this before. I don't know this.
So at which point, the military police were under so much pressure from the government and society that they had to release them.
So they're not
What are you saying?
So they're not fit for
What am I saying? What I'm saying is what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Now, bro, because the way you say you fucked up, the military don't care the word of the thing.
Okay, I'm too positive this.
What he said. Like the Israeli military police is all of a sudden like reliable.
No, I didn't say it was all of a sudden reliable. I said that in this phase,
Good Lord.
they were actually doing their job and they still could not do it due to pressures from other institutions within the government. But in a general sense, outside of Israel, look at any other government, right? Every military has a military police whose job it is to persecute or prosecute the people in the military who are committing war crimes. Obviously, this is not the greatest system in the world.
All right, so why do people raping kids?
Hold on. So how long has America, like, America does
This is an institution. The fact that every military has a military police is at least
Right, but
70 years old.
what if the military?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Thank you, Benny.
I just want to add on to Ben's point. So specifically in the Israeli parliament, I forgot the exact, but there's legislation that's passed basically because the point is when they talk about Israeli raping, for example, the prisoners, it's because of the fact that when it comes to for example, the United States, right? You give, for example, the classification of people. So obviously you have the United States citizens, you have like diplomats, then you have like citizens, then you have, for example, permanent residents, then you have, for example, like asylum seekers, then you have illegal aliens, and then, for example, like refugees, right? So it's usually the classification. In Israel, the thing is that you have citizens, and then you also have people that are, quote unquote, seen as second-class citizens. Now, legally, there's still Palestinians who are residing within Israel, right? Who do the day-to-day job and stuff. They're still classified as citizens of the country. Now, what happens basically is that there was legislation that was introduced and passed, and it almost was passed through a majority of seeing people who are non-Jewish ethnically to be seen as second-class citizens, so not having the rights of a fellow citizen would. So that means, for example, when it comes to taxation codes, when it comes to, for example, there's civic duty, for example, to vote, and their powers in that regard. For example, the power that any citizen is granted, right? Is not, for example, it's different now. It's really on the basis of specifically ethnicity, for example. And so that's why, for example, the individuals that are, for example, in prisons are seen as the lowest because one, not only are they not citizens, but they're also not considered as, for example,
The Republican Party, like,
because
Trump
now
in that
they
massive way.
have a legal right. When they have a legal authority, for example, no one, technically no other country can go into that country and claim them or have a claim upon them, right? And that country, which is what they're resigning, is currently occupied Palestine. They actually have no legal status. Something to happen to them, no one can technically do anything. I mean, obviously people can, but I'm saying no one can technically do anything in that instance because they have no right. Now, according to any other convention, or for example, the United Nations, it's considered as a war crime because you can't just rape a war person. That's not allowed. But that's the thing. No one has the legal means per se to go in, and no one would want to go in because obviously the ramifications that Israel would do to them. But that's why when these cases come up, the thing is that it's very evident, but no one can really do anything in the immediate. So.
How can one like trust?
Para robar un tren lleno de oro, la mujer puso droga en el vino del oficial cuando él no miraba. El oficial lo bebió y se desmayó de inmediato. Luego escanearon el 3 del rostro del oficial y fabricaron una máscara 3D con sus datos faciales. Cuando estuvo lista, los ladrones lo sedaron con anestesia e hicieron que el comandante usara la máscara para hacerse pasar por él. Él apartó a los soldados cercanos y lanzó una cámara pintura sobre la caja de contraseñas. Siguiendo las órdenes del comandante, los soldados instalaron dispositivos en cada ventana del tren. Cuando el administrador introdujo la contraseña, ellos la capturaron de inmediato. Poco después, el tren que transformaba en oro para...
Your whole interpretation of how law works is extremely Jewish. You go by the letter of the law. Basically, lawyering is just looking for every technicality.
Yeah, you're right.
The master has mastered nature.
Oh my God,
Not in a sense of
so genius about that. Yeah.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day.
Speak because of like extreme orderly extreme ritualistic practices.
Yes.
Like, right?
Yep.
Like it's very
It's
all foreign to the.
Sorry, can I get the mod, please? Someone give me mod.
What happened? Why did you do it?
Oh, I had a phone call. I don't know.
Okay, here.
Thank you very much.
See, the myth of the world is that, we're shaped by Christian norms and Christian values, and the last now we're shaped by Jewish norms, Jewish law, Jewish worldviews, legalisms. I mean, look, to be honest.
But it's not wrong. It is right. Like once the letter of the law is inscribed in stone, I mean that is the safety net of one who's fighting a case, right? So it's not even to say like a Jewish lawyer or someone who's well versed with these with the detailing.
A lot of technical nonsense. Okay,
Yeah.
for instance, what?
It's not nonsense. That's the loophole, I think, in the whole system.
No, America. Can I tell you something? Israeli people is fucked up. They're raping kids. You know that? They're raping kids, and they got a new fucking self-defense. They are bitch ass. That's why they call America to help them. But America say, fuck off. You know why they not help him? Because America don't want to be in jail for the fight.
That's my choice.
Can I please answer just a point made by Bani Adam earlier? You said that why does since the IOF they have the military police, why don't they just be trusted with the investigation? Okay, what we said that.
My boys will surpass the Professor Piedmont, Professor White, Drew, and involved with Napoleon and Australia. He will be your Greek fighter. This will be a president with the bayonet. Train with the bayonet, Captain White. You shall keep our ability to remain in the Colonel actually constitutes not fast. Become a president. Are you a veteran? It's a great long walk with General Scott and persecute some crimes due to pressures almost all society and the government.
So why the fucking Jewish people are raping kids? I'm listening to you because the way you're talking, you fucked up. You just coming like a tough, bro. Watch your mouth before you come. I don't say my name on the recording. Watch your mouth, you retarded. The way you talking, that's why you look dog in your face, dog. Nah, bro, the way you talking, you coming tough. Watch your mouth. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. Straight. Fuck Israel. Fuck his mama, fuck his sister, fuck his whole family. Straight.
I'm supporting Israel because of time.
Okay.
we keep it respectful.
Oh, crazy, I swear to God.
Regardless of your approaches,
I just wanted to add to Nurse's point is that I think that the reason why is
Come on, let's go. Let's get the Million Man March. And let's park it all on Monica's trailer park.
Pensioners laws also developed. Now, obviously, there's a bifurcation between common and civil law, especially for example, in Europe and then obviously North America. But the thing is that as time changes, right, you'll have civic conundrums that will emerge. Like, for example, in South Carolina, when a gay couple goes to, for example, a Catholic baker and says to them that for our wedding we would like a cake. Now, if, for example, the person the business owner chose to not provide the business, is it in violation of, for example, the gay couple's rights? Or when the gay couple goes to the Catholic baker, right, should they be cognizant of the fact that
Those of you that like to claim that you're getting involved, if you care about this country, write about it, visit John's website, dig into your pocket.
For example, maybe an emerging LGBT community, regardless of what your status is, right? This, for example, would showcase that, okay, like, is the law needed to be amended in that case? So the letter of the law, for example, is very important because there's the letter of the law and then also there is the overarching meaning of the law per se.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. It actually did strike before you said it. Like, yeah. And I think I was looking at it as a particular to the situation we have at hand, and therefore, like, thinking, bro, there's no way they're gonna like punish that or bring that to justice. You know? Yeah.
Because we go by the letter of the law. I mean,
No, in this case, what Caleb is proposing, which is justified, because I guess we've been doing it like this all along.
No, even if you go by the letter of the law, due to the pressures of both Israel society and the government, right? Yeah, even if you go by the letter of the law, they still won't follow the letter of the law because their underlying culture is that of
Let me ask you, okay, so this is what I would have done.
Yeah, religious supremacy.
Yeah, there's just no way like this. You think the UN's gonna involve itself, or is the UN Zionist too?
The UN is basically under the control of the Supreme Court, which means of the United.
I guess we all need to write testimonies. Thinking about it yesterday. You guys, you know what? I think this narrative can be changed very conveniently, like in a short period of time too. Simply because because it can. It's just such an unequal distribution of power. In this case, that we should write testimonies and keep it so that, or keep it in a safe or something so that it's not forgotten.
It will, because they're the proof of showing that someone actually did that.
No, but testimony is ever in court.
Yeah, I know, but the reason why testimony holds up much higher for senior ranking people is because you can actually definitively show that they planned something, they orchestrated something, they wanted, the execution. The one soldier, I think.
However, it's the world against. Our numbers are large, and we're all varied, different nationalities, different languages, different parts of the world.
Leftists have no interest.
Watching such an idealist man.
But leftists have no interest in prosecuting. Honestly, the most fair thing if you have Jews would actually be Arabs to have mass collective punishment, because we don't really have to lie. Most Israeli Jews do support what their government and people are doing and have basically no qualms about it. I'm not saying this is right, but it's probably more fair than the Western tribunals happening.
Is this gonna end up being like the Kurds, the Armenians? But I think the world has witnessed it a bit much, on a much larger scale, on a much bigger pageantry, bigger theatrics involved. It's so glorious as an event, right? As painful as it is.
But it's not.
It's so well known.
It's not. The only reason it's known as an event is because Jews are the ones doing it. What Turkey did in Western Armenia is...
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I no wonder they call you anti-Semitic.
No, I'm being serious. You cannot tell me... I agree. You cannot tell me what...
Okay, why? How, why do you talking about?
Because
How what Turkey did in Western Armenia is it worse than what Israel is doing? Show me how what
Agreed. That's what I'm saying. If that can be forgotten, that's true.
Yeah, but why is it forgotten? Because it didn't happen to Jews.
No,
This is remembered because
Jews didn't do it or it didn't happen to their families.
no. That and when you just come off as saying we are the greatest people, God's gift to the earth, and then also committing atrocities. That's why you get so like scrutinized so much, because it's like, okay, like you're saying two things, or saying and doing two things that are just completely opposite to each other. We're God's chosen people, yet we also choose to murder and kill and do all types of crazy shit.
It's worse than that. The stupidest thing these people did was that they drew all this world attention to their little, ethnocidal project because they wanted support. Okay, but if increased support means increased hyper-focus on what exactly you're doing. So when the crimes came out, there's nowhere for them to run.
I don't think the idea drove attention. I think it was TikTok. I think it was the media.
I'm not talking about the idea of saying Jewish media. Jewish media has been shoving down people's throats in the West. We need to support Israel. We need to support Israel. We need to support Israel. So everyone in the West knows about Israel. If these people were smart, from the moment they created their state, there would have been a media blackout of Israel. Israel, what the fuck is that? I don't know. Israel should have, if they were smart, Israel should have become as irrelevant of a country in U.S. news and British news and Western news as Somalia.
There's also
no one cared or no one's
being conditioned, obviously, in the school, education system, just being like there's slavery and the Holocaust. Those just the only fucking goddamn atrocities that are main focusedly taught. But from fucking who knows, 8, 9, 10 years old and shit like that. Outside of that, everything is just like a sidebar of things that have happened. So I won't harp on it too much, but I mean, just let me know if I'm wrong. But like, okay, you know what? I'm going to say something kind of crazy. Yeah, the Holocaust was bad. I can't believe I said that, right? But but to even like on people as if other things weren't bad and to focus on, it allowed people to just say, oh no, we can't have another Hitler. Using Hitler in a poor format for examples or stuff like that. Things are anti-Jewish and anti-Semitic. Bro, everything is anti-Semitic. Like, god damn, you know what I mean? So when you sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, but that's why these guys were stupid. Everyone knows who Hitler is. No one who knows who Laszlo Gaganovich and Gendrik Yagoda are. Both of them happened to kill twice as many people as Hitler in the same decade. Unsurprisingly, they both happen to be Jewish. There's a reason you will never hear about the Ukrainian Holodomor in any, history textbook. I learned there was literally a paragraph of it in my world history class in 9th grade. Insignificant detail, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want people to scrutinize that. You don't want people to examine. Why was it when 11 million Ukrainians bit the dust, 80% of the KGB was Jewish? 50% of the Soviet Politburo Jewish. 11 of 13 major gulags, the Soviet Union Jewish, right? If they were smart, they would have made Israel as irrelevant news-wise and attention-wise and focus-wise as any other country in like Africa or Asia. But they're not smart because they're too.
No, but there's a catch-22 there. If you're gonna get as much military aid as you need to perpetrate this project called supremacy over the whole region with a 100-year plan of like taking everything from Nile to Euphrates and all of that jazz, you need a lot of support. In order to get that much support, you need public opinion to be on your side. In order to get public opinion on your side, you need to constantly blast the media saying that Israel is #1 ally, blah, 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 blah. So,
yes.
If you could do it on your own economically, then yes, absolutely keep it out of the media. But since you need America's help to do it, both economically and diplomatically, then you need to blast it.
Yes, but that's why I'll always say the smartest Jews in the world were, the Bolsheviks turned out to be pretty retarded for their own different reasons. But those of the young Turks in Turkey and the leftist faggots that are in America both have basically said, U.S. genocidal thoughts. I mean, they both basically said that Israel is not really their concern. Why would I fight for Israel when I can rule my empire here and, mask myself in between the larger masses? Yeah, these are the smartest Jews. And Kitover and Netanyahu and all these people are retarded. Soros funds both sides. He literally funds, anti-Israel protests, and then funds pro-Israel protests. No one really focuses on this guy, right? Except some wild MAGA conspiracy theorists. But these guys are intelligent. The ones in Tel Aviv running around shooting people, putting their name on something, they're gonna get fucked.
No, 1,000,000%. Just real quick, I just appreciate you, because this is more so, if nothing else, a learning experience for me. So everything that you guys are saying, I appreciate, because these are clearly things I wasn't taught.
Wow, what an educational experience this young guy is getting attached to.
Well, be kind to the Jews. Okay, why? You know what I mean? Let me not go there. But no, anyways, basically all I'm saying is I appreciate y'all, because y'all are doing a service that is necessary for anybody who has questions with conflicts like this. So whatever, take that for what it is. But it's interesting to see, because you clearly know, or I'm sure we're all aware of the blinded American citizen, right? Who's just like, oh well, I'm just going to support Israel because they're our greatest ally. It's like, did you not question anything? Did you not? Did you just have your blinders on? Do you truly use the media as your arbiter of truth? It's like, well, Israel said that Hamas is bad, so it's got to be bad. Oh, so the children, the women, the kids, goddamn, all these murders, the hospitals getting bombed. You just put your blinders on that one, so getting out of that, I hate to use these movie tropes and stuff like that, but getting out of that matrix, that mindset of oh, what the government tells me is right, that's what's going to save your life, because what people don't realize is that if Israel gets their way, there is not going to be any America. There's not going to be your land of the free. There's not going to be your freedom of speech. There's not going to be your right to bear arms, your constitutional rights. And all that shit gone, Israel going to have its way. Because it's going to have its way with its country, and it's going to fucking, there's a word I'm looking for, it's fucking infected into everywhere else. And it's like, bro, that's what you want, it's coming. So you can keep your eyes open, really truly figure out who the enemy is. Is Hamas infiltrating the American lifestyle? I don't think so. Last time I checked, I don't see anybody saying, oh man, Hamas is controlling the government and the courts and the money and the entertainment and all this other stuff, right? And the music and all that other stuff. So why am I afraid of Hamas? I really should be afraid of them. The Zionists, you know what I'm talking about? So I'm leave it at that. I'm gonna shut up with it on rambling, but yeah.
Well, what proves that point is the fact that Netanyahu, 20-some years ago, maybe the guy was from the 80s, I'm not sure, but he basically said that they have all the presidents in their back pocket, all right? And that basically, America pretty much is Israel because they're pretty much their property. So, it's just kind of interesting to see how the logic of people in America it shows me that a lot of people in America are not really informed about who runs this country and certain particulars and certain things that are going on. Like the bankers, pretty much all of them are Jewish, and they own the fucking America. They own the treasury. They own a lot of things. So it's like, it is what it is. But people are not gonna. They're gonna find out very soon. Once they establish a lot of things. I'll land on this. It's funny how people were talking about how Trump was talking about the flag that they're trying to make it illegal to be burned. They also were talking about the Israeli flag as well. So you can't burn our flag, but you can burn everybody's flag, which is it.
No, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to stem from your constitutional rights because it's going to merge into their, oh, this is our greatest ally. So if we can't burn the American flag, I guess we can't burn the Israeli flag too, an outside country. And envy, when the fuck did America give a fuck about an outside country? There's some people who think Texas is a fucking, is the country, like the America, you know what I mean? Like, bro, like, and I don't want to even advocate for, you know, stupidity, but it's just like, it truly seems as if America is trying to adopt, I don't know, bro, like, because I'm really not trying to hit the America first type of thing or whatever, right? But it's more so just protect your own country. Like, why do you need the help of Israel? What benefit does Israel have to the American people? None. It's a net negative. It doesn't, I swear to God, it doesn't, right? Because here's the thing, unfortunately, Zionists only have their best interests for them. They don't go out and help other communities and all that stuff, right?
But if it was the other way around, if they had the same financial backing, like if they had the same amount of pull power, I mean they do, but I'm saying if they had the same amount of money that America does, and let's say the roles were reversed, that America was in war with someone else, right? I guarantee you Israel will not give them nowhere near as much the amount of budget that the American America has done that. For them, you know.
And I want to flip the question on you. Okay, so can somebody in Israel? What happens if somebody in Israel burns the American flag?
Ain't nothing gonna happen. Ain't nothing gonna fucking happen.
So there we go.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just where it's going. I mean, you know, there's other things as well that's being put in. You also have to worry about the Vatican as well. But you know, at the same time, I mean, it's very much looking like this is where it's going. This is the place where it's going to in America, obviously.
100%, man. Now we get it clearly. You know, obviously there's nothing I'm gonna say that's you know, something that you don't know or whatever. But yeah. This is super unfortunate for me. But I'm gonna keep it real. America's, I don't know when, so I don't know if I'm gonna say it's getting soft or has gotten soft, but it is soft right now. Like they're just soft, bro. Like America's not, bro. You know what it is, bro. As soon as them towers got knocked down, America, like that really showed America. Well, actually, no, because we definitely did some crazy shit. To Afghanistan, right? All that other shit, right? But outside of that, bro, it's just been pure virtue signaling. Oh, it's not even like kumbaya type shit. It's just been just weird on their back. America's laid on their back and let just demonic ghouls take over. Now, is that also stemming from like whatever kind of sicko shit Epstein had with the dirt on people, and that's why the government's like, oh shit, well damn, now we've been infected by Israel or the Zionists, whatever the fuck, because he's Messiah and all that other shit. Yeah, okay, spiritual like a motherfucker. But you know what I mean? But it's like, well, what was it? What made America soft as hell to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna hold hands with Israel? What the fuck we need Israel for? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's why I just look. One, that's why I look at America like, damn, this shit not the same country. And two, that's why I got the fuck out of there, bro. Like, I don't want to be associated with just mental retarded, poor decision making, not caring about your country shit, bro. Like, that's not America to me. It's not. So.
Well, I mean, they got the president they want in office. I mean, he's a staunch Zionist and Jesuit. In the Jesuits, you know, they're a Jewish alliance. So, and he's like I said, Trump is a staunch follower of both. So, I mean, he's going to enact whatever the hell they want him to do. So, it is like some crazy. So, the people that voted him in, you know, the people that are on the far right, you know, it's funny how he's sitting there slapping them in the face right now, saying anybody talking about the Epstein file, which I mean, I think it's a distraction personally, but you know, Texas on bringing it out, and now when he's put on the spot, he says giving these people the middle finger, saying, oh well, if you talk about it, you're weird, or pretty much it's like you have to be mentally retarded and mentally simple, man, to really to still be supporting that guy. So I just got out of a -5 degrees freezer. Or no? Nah. It's just a nah. I had to walk in. Not working. Gotcha. Nah, you could, I can imagine this. Pretty cool. Yeah. No, but I mean, that's one of those things, though. It's like, but that's what he ran on, right? Like he ran on saying, "I'm gonna stop these wars. I'm gonna, expose these files that Joe Biden didn't want to do." And then, either somebody gets in his ear or shit, there's more damning evidence on him than he probably even knew. It's shit, you never know. Maybe bro was like, oh man, I probably did these shits in the 80s or 90s with Epstein, but like, I don't know video. Nah, boom, hit him with a video. Oh, he said, oh shit, no. You know what I mean? You never know. But what we do know is that shit happened. And it's currently happening, with certain Zionists getting caught doing pedophilic shit and then just getting sent straight back to Israel. So like it's a continuing, ongoing thing. So really, it's damn near if you got that dirt on your name, you're guilty. Because the thing is, they're not talking about it. So the fact that it even gets brought up or you're questioned, how'd you find yourself in that situation? Nah, bro. Honestly, if you even get an inkling of questioning about touching some kids, what is we talking about? Like what? No. So it's just like, but they support that shit, and like I said, like I keep going with like maybe that's just how they're run, or that's how you get on the end of the fucking powers that be. But that's not some shit I want to associate with. That's not like why do my political representatives have to be in weirdo shit from genocide all the way down? I'm just not cool with it. I don't like it, and I'm gonna just keep. All I can do is just keep calling this shit out. I'm not unfortunately in any power to say so to, change the.
Oh, really?
In my mind, before I talk with you.
People in the background were like naturally healthy and tanned and beautiful, and I'm like, this is such a great little, not meaning to be documentary, but it's a little slice of time before plastic surgery really started to take over Hollywood.
I was gonna mention the plastic surgery of the 90s is not the plastic surgery of today. I don't know. It's just so, I don't know. Why did it seemed like it looked so bad. I don't know. Is that rude?
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's factual, right? It's just factual, and it's also, it kind of, okay, as is everything else going on around me right now, because it kind of exposes that people don't quite have a very realistic view in your mindset about them. Body dysmorphia is a real thing.
Yeah, and of course,
I'd say that kind
our culture, our pop culture is very promoting of what's okay and what's not okay. I mean, you remember, is it Harrison Ford who was married to, oh god, it's the really thin, remember the whole lollipop thing going on? They call it the lollipop look. It was like back during like Friends, and
like
it was like
Twiggy?
people were so
like Twiggy looking?
Twigs. Yeah, twigged out totally, and then now we've seen like where it's okay to have some weight on you, But it's been interesting to see the ebbs and flows of like pop culture.
You would think that it's sad. It's everybody body shapes and facial features should not be trends, right? Where everybody's going to get their bodies look a certain. It's pretty fucking. I'm sorry, Chris. It's pretty sick actually. That people try to shape their bodies according to whatever is popular at that time, and it's not going to work out well. You can't keep morphing your body like that and come out okay.
So I was just listening to this podcast with this professor who researches that very thing, and she described this reality that women,
she described this situation that basically women are competing with other women at all times, and here, I'll come back. You guys talk.
No, intrasexual competition is stronger than, between, so within the sex, there's competition. And that's a biological thing, that's real, but, the other things we've sort of crafted around that and what we think is competing, and like I said, the idea that a body shape should be, en vogue is that's a culture thing that's just nutty that we even do that, and that these women, they get the BBLs, they take, then they take their butts out and then put in the lip filler, take it out, take out the fat from the cheeks, put it back. It's crazy.
Okay, what I was trying to say was I listened to this documentary. The woman was a professor. She described how women are always competing with other women, and the trends follow women's. How do I describe this? I'm trying to paraphrase it. Women convince other women to things that men don't like on purpose. So women are trying to basically outcompete the women around them, and by doing that, for instance, when Twiggy was big, men liked thicker women at that time. So society and culture, woman fashion culture pushed super skinny girls. Because a woman promoting a super skinny girl to men knows that the man is going to pick her over the super skinny girls. And then you fast forward, and it flipped. Over time, it flipped. So now pop culture and women suggest that being heavy is a good thing and attractive because men don't like heavy chicks as much as they used to. And so women, because they know that they are limiting the chances, they're increasing their chance of having men come back to them. And how fashion culture follows this trend throughout history. And it was super interesting.
So what's concerning me is that women have never dressed for the male gaze. Only the female gaze. Got it. Perfect. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, right?
Indirectly, yes. Yeah.
I mean, if I just, my casual listening to men speak versus women, I think women are much more critical of other women than men are of women.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's so easy for as a woman for me to just totally dismiss a man. If you're like just like, okay, bye, whatever. But if a woman, I will harp on a woman. No, you get right. You're making our gender look bad. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah. Damn, do I need to work on that?
Whole life, sexually speaking, when it comes to super thin women, it's a very bruising experience. When you wake up and you wonder why you felt like you got punched in the lower pelvis, and you're like, why is that? You're like, oh shit, I got bruised. Okay, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave right there. Go any further, sorry.
That's a really good, yeah, that's a good point.
A little cushion is nice, okay? Not too bony, please. I mean, that's my preference. We all have preferences.
Well, you know why sex is like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Why?
I can't wait to learn, John. Tell us.
I'm feeling it.
Leave us thinking.
After you're done with the breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is to stick your bone back in the greasy box.
What in the hell, bro? Rely on
his campaign trail. That's what he opens up.
Excuse me.
At least he didn't say it was finger looking good.
We're in the muff, ladies and gentlemen.
John, I swear to God, I have, what do you call it? Well, I feel like I'm getting reverse multiple personality disorder because you have so many damn accounts with different pictures. I'm like, oh, it's that John. You're fucking my brain up, bro.
Well, that's a you problem. Are you sure you're not projecting?
I just sometimes.
It's a you problem. Are you sure you're not projecting?
Why not just one main one? Like in maybe a couple. What's the take on having somebody, like, honestly? I don't think I've ever heard
Well,
anyone ask
they
that
just,
question.
I don't know if you know about this latest purge, but they clipped a bunch of people's accounts and they clipped 4 of mine. So this is the newer account.
So you only have 37 accounts left? Is that what you're saying?
Did they give you a reason why?
No, they don't give you a reason why.
Huh. That's interesting.
Have you ever called Clubhouse customer service? Did you call has anyone here ever called Clubhouse customer service to find out what's wrong with their account?
I've sent it. And they returned my email in about 2 days. This is, I mean, I think that their customer service department is right here in this room. Meaning their business.
John,
It's in the muff?
how many apples do you have? How many apples or Androids do you have in totality? What is the total number now? I'm curious.
I've got about 60 phones in this office right now.
Wow. Are they all apples? Are they Androids, apples?
No, right now I film off of 2 like really nice iPhone 13s that live stream to YouTube, and that's all the apples that I'm using right now.
So you were aware of yesterday's glitch, right?
John has a YouTube account, and you can see a lot of his work in there. If you're curious. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like 5 years of your life sucked into YouTube without your permission. You're like, how did he find so much time to record so much of me, wasting so much of my time talking on Clubhouse?
We are not wasting time, John. We are being productive citizens. Yes.
Now, John, if you do end up creating a Netflix original of Clubhouse, which you probably should consider, you do know that you're going to need to pay all of this, right?
Let's not go down that path right now because we have no Netflix deal, and if you haven't even spent 5 minutes actually looking at my YouTube, you might realize pretty quickly that all my footage would never make it to Netflix because it's not Netflix quality. It's being filmed on a cell phone of a cell phone.
A documentary, of a reality documentary.
That's not hard to do. You could bring that quality up real quick.
I think the best reality is Clubhouse, to be honest. I mean, you see the reality shows and going, geez, this is far more entertaining. It can be.
Anyone here know what the fastest way to get into the muff is?
Diving. With moisture?
Money.
So money, moisture, and what was Moose? Muff diving. Okay. No, you guys got it all wrong. It's poetry. I know you guys are from the 21st century, but I'm just saying that poetry is the quickest way to get into the muff.
Is it yours or somebody else's?
It's my poetry, of course.
I thought it would be dancing. I think dancing would be the quickest way to get into the muff.
Well, they say just join the dance and the partners will find themselves.
Does anybody have any urban gardening tips?
What about?
Where's Haima when you need her?
You know, me about cucumbers, actually. When would you grow it, and what kind of potting should I have a little compost guy that makes my own soil. So, other than that, I need help.
Okay, let me turn my TV down.
It's really weird.
I think the backlash from that room last night was
You know how those have gossamer little bags
Oh, yeah.
for gifts? Get really like long ones, and then you put it. I know this sounds nuts, but bear with me here. You guys have some pests or a bird and things like that. If you put them around each vegetable, it keeps the birds from getting at it.
Yeah.
What you'll want to do also is, this should be okay for urban stuff. Get them like gravel, like gravel, and you don't want the vegetables to be sitting on the ground.
Historical premise these days, and I kind of find it retarded.
So I went to Kitover now. I have a nice little terrace. It gets great sun. I have plants.
This is Charles Baudelaire.
It's just a little terrace. It's like a little balcony. It's so cute.
Do you have
Oh my God.
balcony? Do you have the
I thought you said
balcony?
you had a nice little terrace. I miss your
I have one of those too.
The dance of
Instead
death.
of using, well, you can use the bags, but you can actually, if the vegetable starts to
Harry,
grow,
bouquet and handkerchief and gloves.
like hang on.
Proud of her height, as when she lived, she moves with all the careless and high-stepping grace. The extravagant courtesan's thin face, a slimmer waist in a ballroom wood, a floating robe in royal amplitude, holes in deep folds around a dry foot shot, with a bright flower-like shoe that gems the salt. The swans that hum about her collarbones, as the lascivious streams caress the stones. Concealed from every scornful jest that flies, her gloomy beauty and her fathomless eyes. Unmade of shade and void with flowery sprays, her skull is wreathed artistically in sways. Feeble and weak on her frail vertebrae, oh charm of nothing decked in folly they, who laugh and name you a caricature, they see not, they whom flesh and blood allure, the nameless grace of every bleached bare bone that is most dear to me, tall skeleton. Come you to trouble with your potent snare the feast of life, or are you driven here to pleasure's Sabbath, by dead lusts that stirred and goad your mooing corpse on with a spur? Or do you hope when sing the violins, and the pale candle flame lights up our sins, to drive some mocking nightmare far apart and cool the flame held lighted in your heart? Fathomless well of vault and foolishness, eternal alembic of antique distress, still over the curved white trellis of your sides the sackless wandering serpent curls and glides. And truth to tell, I fear lest you should find among us here no lover to your mind. Which of these hearts beat for the smile you gave? Charms of horror please none but the brave. Your eyes black gulf, would awful brooding stir, brings giddiness. The prudent reveler sees while horror grips him from beneath. The eternal smile of 32 teeth. For he who has not folded in
Absolument, by Charles Baudelaire, read by the poet.
We had one person significantly change their telomere length within 4 days.
Boy Sound is a godsend.
It's family.
Boy Sound is my support, and Boy Sound is my encouragement.
Your hair deserves better shampoo and conditioner. Now that's a duo that shields you from damage.
I'm like, which account of mine is that? I was like, how am I doing that? Which account is it? I gotta check it again. Is that me? Irish John, is that me? Look at all those houses. God, this guy John's created a lot of houses on this app. He must have real mojo. He must have powerful mojo.
locked up in Illinois, juvie in Cook County, the Audi home, or anywhere else in the system, this is the
she graduated before they did. But they literally had a gunman on top of the rooftop for security, and they had to go through metal detectors. And this is back in the 80s.
The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of being it.
Laid on their back and let just demonic ghouls take over. Now, you left no final thoughts. I mean, those two Mossad agents literally said, and we have quite a few Jews living in Amsterdam, so I got to read everything. Emerged as a regional superpower, but that as of June, when we had our 12-day war.
Okay, the song is called Music of Life. It's a 3-minute Santor. Hot off the press for you, Dr. Mojo.
fries, because obviously fresh vegetables are more expensive than frozen. There are ways to do it. You have to get creative, and it has to be something that you want to do.
Right, that part.
Yes, the want, y'all, for sure.
For sure.
Testing, testing. It kicked me.
Talk to a person, you can't come off disrespectful, fool, and then wonder why they flip out. Just because we're talking calm, and then you call this house shitty and this, that, and the third, just because you don't agree with it.
No,
bro, but still, that's your. Yeah, but that's your opinion. But that's your opinion.
When the market first opened, I waited for a little bit. I was at a graduation.
I understand that, but you're not in profit, and if you were, I'd tell you to sell. So, if you have time on that call, and maybe tomorrow morning, and it rockets, then that call will pick up its percentage, and you'll be back in profit. That's all I'm saying, but be careful of the market dipping between now, what is it, it's 12 o'clock, right? The brokers are at lunch, and you see what the indexes are doing. Okay, so follow the trend. In an hour, they'll be back from lunch, and maybe you'll get some up push.
Yeah, get a little push. I'm not far out the money on my call at all.
Okay, good. Good girl. And then hopefully it can last till 4 o'clock, and then keep it, and then if the numbers come out all rigged.
Sense of connection that becomes possible. It's just, this is the human condition. This weird human condition of being both together and apart, which is why also the leaning into grief and communal grief. But then it raised this question for me of what is the role of anger in grief? So that's what I'm sitting with right now.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would think that the anger is related to wanting to
shit, and it's gonna fucking military or committing war crimes. Obviously, this is not the greatest system.
Okay, Mojo, we're gonna end this room. This has been Yahweh Adonai Ribbono Shalom.
The second day of school, she said, Miss Ashton, I think you forgot to bring in Maddie's medication. I said, what kind of medication? She's like, oh, all the kids in the class except for Maddie take medicine. I have it scheduled for a certain time every day. I said, my daughter does not take medication. Is she causing a problem? She's like, no. I just figured she was medicated. I almost wanted to cry. I was like, are you kidding me? All these children are medicated in that class of 20 except for my daughter? There's no way in hell. My daughter was a kid. She just played and she would do things that were crazy and act a fool. But so many of my friends can't deal to put up with their kids that all their kids are medicated. And they act like little zombies, and it's sad to watch them. Because about 15, 20 minutes after they get their medicine, they literally walk around like little zombies. I don't want my kid to do that. She can act a fool. She can tell me to shut up. She can jump down the stairs and break her arm. Like, be a kid. Work out the energy. Maybe take the classroom and get up every 45 minutes and walk through the hall, go get drinks. Go outside and play for 5 minutes and come right back in. Like, I don't know, but I just don't think all these children need to be medicated. I think it's lack of parental guidance of parenting a child.
It's interesting, Jesus talked about that. Children, and of course, rising from the dead like a zombie.
Good morning, Shirley. Hey, John. Good morning. Look at God.
Be like a child.
Would y'all just look at God? Beautiful.
Shirley, I'm amazed you're awake and rowdy and ready to go again. Because when I woke up this morning, you were still up.
At 12?
Yeah, I went to bed at 10 and I woke up at 11:30 and here's Miss Shirley still wide awake.
Yeah, okay, so my sister was here, and we have rehabilitated my house, and it was in much need of rehabilitation. That means we were decorating, we had fun, we shopped, we spent money. I'm not good at spending money, Beth. I can't make decisions, I won't get out.
Give it to me, I'll spend it for you.
Honey, I don't have enough to share, I wish I did. I guess that's why it's so hard for me to spend money, because there's a limited amount, you know, and every decision is, anyway, but you're going to have to, so MG says she's redoing her house too. I'm all in. I want to hear all the details. And Beth, Beth is, I won't give the details of Beth still, but she's thinking about house decorating, and we'll just leave it at that. My favorite kind of house decorating. But anyway.
I'm in the middle of doing that as well.
What are you doing to your house, Adrian?
Well, we have a finished basement, and so one of the bedrooms in the basement, just converting that into one big walk-in closet. So the whole room is just going to be a walk-in closet. You know, took the floors down. And well, first, what we did when we first did, we noticed that the foundation had some problems. So, you know, we patched that up.
Yeah.
All the necessary things for that. It doesn't leak or nothing like that. So, redid the drywall down there. What else? Put in some recessed lighting. Ripped out the shower down there. Yeah. So.
Are you gonna put one back or just leave it out?
Yes, ma'am. No. We're gonna replace that whole thing, the whole bathroom.
Well, Adrian, that's what I just went through. I had a carpenter in my house for almost a month, and I got a new bathroom. And so my sister came up, and she's queen of decorating, and we went out and got knickknacks to decorate my bathroom with, you know, It is so cute. And then if you have your sister with you, she can say, oh yeah, that's good. I like that. Yeah. And like she would find things that I didn't see. Walking out of one of the shops, she found a $20 mirror. Anyway, just had a lot of fun.
It'd be the smallest things that add the biggest difference. So,
Yes.
decoration.
Yes. Anyway, so when you've been going full blast for a few days, and my grandson, see the picture that I'm in right there? That's me at my grandson's wedding. My hair did not turn out exactly the way I wanted it, but I cleaned up for the wedding, and I cleaned up okay. So that's good.
Yeah, Shirley. You look cute. You're bite size. I love it. That's a beautiful picture of you.
Thank you, hon. Anyway, so Serendipity, you're running the room. What's going on? New York, Mike. I'm not sure if I know Mike, but I do. Hey, hon. Sorry, I was doing one of those discussions. Oh, sorry, Serendipity. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, no, go ahead.
I was trying to get to my mute button. Yeah, no, it's just been coffee, chilling out, hanging out, lots of different topics.
Well, I would love to read a poem in the muff.
Oh, Lord, John is back. Okay. That's up to Serendipity. Serendipity, we want to hear another poem from John. Let's take a poll. What is it? Let's take a poll.
A poll in the muff, you say?
What do you like? John's poem.
To hear John's poem. Let's just do a really quick poll.
Quick no. Conscious answer there. That was great.
I laughed out loud. That was funny. Okay, there we go. Wallace, I think I saw that you're working on your house too.
Yeah, hey, Miss Shirley, I'm about to gut my guest bathroom. I have to do a full remodel on it. I came up to ask you how your kitchen cabinets turned out. I think that was 2 seasons ago, but I never found out how that ended up working out for you.
What happened was, I have a friend that moved up here who has bought a house that's a very, very dear friend from Texas. And he got involved with a good carpenter / painter, and instead of it costing me, all that drama of me stripping the cabinets, and then I got a job, and I just ended up not getting the kitchen painted. I had open shelving for 2 years, almost 3, and I got a painter, like a real painter, and they look like a professional did them. They are beautiful. So thank you for asking, Wallace.
No, I do remember. That's what made me ask, because I remember all that drama you were going through. That's what made me think about it, because you're on to another project, so I assumed that did get finished.
Honey, I'm $40,000 past that project. I have done I got the sample lady job so I could spend money, because most of my money is somewhere so I can maybe live independently for a long time, and I don't want to spend that money. So I went and got this job. I redid the master bathroom, the sun porch, this bathroom, have done all the floors, put a French drain in my front so water wouldn't stand when it rained. Let's see, the painter stripped my porch, and then it was just so hot. He decided to start working on my porch. So my deck, which is like 40 feet up in the air, is waiting for paint. Anyway, so that's the story, and it's all turned out really beautifully. The carpenter is slow, but he was very good, and it's just turned out like a little dollhouse. And I need to post pictures on Instagram and send everybody to Instagram to see. Anyway, so what's your plan with the bathroom, Wallace?
It just has to be sheetrock, everything gutted. It didn't get a ceiling fan, so the previous owners hid the mold problem, and so it's like resurfaced and is unmanageable. So it just has to be totally gutted, a ceiling fan put in, and yeah, modernized, which is going to be nice. It wasn't a bad bathroom, but there's no way you could live with mold, so it totally just has to be corrected.
Oh yeah, you can't deal with that.
Did you do your flood cut? And how far did you go? Did you go 2 or 4 feet? Or did you just take out like the whole entire wall?
I haven't started anything yet. I have to get, yeah, it's all surface and all like spotting and nothing, even bleach won't even like just keep it away. I mean, it's, the previous owners tried to paint over it and seal it and cover it, which is the wrong thing to do. The whole problem is the ventilation. So once a fan gets put in, I mean, who knows? I could get in there and find out the previous guy put the wrong sheetrock in. I don't know. It'll be interesting once I tear into it though, and I should have started in the beginning of summer, because, yeah, anyways, I'm a procrastinator. I'm in the bus.
Okay, yeah, I mean, look, I totally understand. When you do your flood cuts and stuff like that,
Not to chase away what's happening, but, and also not to shift the gears. But to me, in that case, it was my fear, my anxiety, this instant change of identity that I was on the threshold of maybe, and the incredible uncertainty, crazy pain, like crazy amount of uncertainty that I could have dissociated in that moment. And instead, I went for the love and I went for the connection. And I went for being awake to both the anxiety, but also the sweetness of being in connection in the middle of all of that. And I was really shocked to find out that she had not one but 2 heart defects that had never shown up before that, and all of the doctor's visits and all of the stuff. And that year is when I adopted a gratitude practice, because it was a year before she was going to have some kind of procedure. So there's something about how do we cope with that level of anxiety and uncertainty? Like it isn't even cope. It wasn't even coping. It's how do I be, what is in relationship? So there's something about beginning to couple some kind of over-couple, or I don't know how, but I'm just gonna, I don't even have words what I'm trying to say, but just somehow to bring that anxiety and that uncertainty and that dread and that shift of identity, to bring all of that side by side in relationship with I guess maybe that's that sage mind, or that caring, self-compassion, and that they coexist. So it isn't that because anything gets replaced, it feels like a coexistence, and almost like a healthy overcoupling of care with all the other care for the suffering and the pain and the anxiety and the
yourself to whatever you can remember to reflect back to yourself the gratitude that you have for your. Have you actually build that gratitude practice?
Well, I think the first thing was motivation. And then I realized that I had a belief system operating that that the more distraught I was, the more evidence that was of how much I loved my child. I realized that there was a built-in incentive to, like a motivation, like a reward or something, or some for being really in the loss and in the terror and the pain of all of it. Like there was a positive identity thing. So I began to untangle that and realize, oh, actually what my daughter needs going through this whole thing for this year is a really happy, loving mom. She just needs a happy mom. That's what she really needs, a stable, grounded, happy mom. And so, like, and meanwhile, so I think that I was able to look at what's the payback, what's the payoff of being in the misery of this as in the terrace. That was one thing. The first thing was like acknowledging this is what's there, because then I could relate to it more skillfully without causing more harm. And then the next one was I created dog tags that I wore around my neck that were things like patience is possible at all moments, even this one. Another one was may I remain lovingly undisturbed by the comings and goings of phenomena. And I created these dog tags, and I would pick a dog tag, and I would wear it in the morning, and when I would notice my mind kind of going off, I would literally take hold of the dog tag, and I would just hold it. So there were all sorts of things that I did to just build in ritual in my life that kept me in a wiser relationship to this identity thing. I'm the mom of a child with two heart defects. And then the other one was I started for the first time doing writing down what is something that I'm grateful. Actually, what's something I'm grateful for. What is something that was satisfying. What was something I enjoyed this day, and that sort of evolved into that. And one of the things I read was that research that gratitude practice actually it works better if it's erratic rather than sort of rote or consistent. So it's all sort of blending, but it became a very formal part of my everyday life was practicing, and I would have to really work at this, and I'm going to be writing things down at the end of the day. So it was more about how do I stay balanced in the middle of this. It wasn't so much about shifting, replacing something, because I know replacing the mind state with a different one, but it was just inclining the mind in the direction of being balanced and beginning to associate the anxiety and the uncertainty and I guess that's it, the anxiety, the uncertainty of what was going on with her, what we were going to do, and all the fear with a kind of a wise mind that
Inspection, we took it out outside somewhere. But when they needed to go in the wall lockers. So during inspection, our wall lockers on the inside had to be perfect as well. So you really couldn't have anything out of place. So that's something like a comforter like that would go in our car in the morning. Yeah. And our beds would be, and our racks would be made real tight and perfect. And then you get up in the morning and they would be kind of still made, but it's just kind of frumpy looking or whatever. And you just tuck it in tight and move on your way.
My son went to boot camp, and he plays the trumpet for the National Guard in Texas. But you have to go to boot camp. And when he was a kid, I made him make his bed, but you know how halfway teenagers make their bed, right? And it was hilarious to me because he ended up being the best bed maker, and they were making him, they had him demonstrate bed making. I'm sorry, it was hilarious to me.
That sounds like a scam. The other thing we did is in our clothes, during inspection, our uniforms, they were hanging in our wall lockers, had to be perfect. And when I mean perfect, I mean like they couldn't even have threads on the inside of the seam, on the inside of the pants if you turned them inside out. Like that's how perfect they had to be. So it's impossible to meet the standard, but they'll hold you accountable for it. So we always went and bought a whole second set of clothes, and they just sat in the wall locker the entire time. We didn't use that either. So basically, we couldn't use anything properly because the standards were too high.
By the way, speaking of health, wellness, and organization, did you guys hear about the Hexa RFK Junior Challenge? 100 sit-ups in 10 minutes and 100 pull-ups in 10 minutes. I'm like, 100 fucking... Dude, who can do 100 pull-ups here? Anyone? That's crazy.
No, I don't want to tell you what I got here, the presidential, y'all remember that, the presidential health fitness thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, no. I know what I was capable of at my prime, at the peak of fitness and health. I'm 46 now. I'll be sitting over here eating popcorn while the rest of y'all throw up.
I've never known, well, we had to do a pull-ups in 2 minutes. The 100 percentile for the Marine Corps is 17 pull-ups in 2 minutes. I can't imagine anyone probably doing 100 pull-ups in 10 minutes. I feel like that's a mistake. I don't think anybody, these people are fit people, can do that. It has to be a mistake. Now, we had to do 80 sit-ups. We had to do 80 sit-ups in 2 minutes, and that was hard enough. I would struggle with the sit-ups, to be honest with you. If the pull-ups are easy for me. If you're skinny and have any kind of muscles, pull-ups are easy. If you're super built like a weightlifter, pull-ups are brutally difficult. So pull-ups are really based on the shape of your body for most part. I'm tall and skinny, so they were super easy. And sit-ups are the exact opposite. Sit-ups are easier for buff people and harder for tall, skinny people. So I don't know. But there's no way that thing would make any sense. There isn't any way.
I can't. Yeah. And my girlfriend told me this, and she's like 99.9% accurate all the time. I wish she would get on this app. She's really sharp. I can't believe her when she told me that. I'm like, okay, I need to find this. I haven't even looked it up.
She's always right, Sean.
This challenge.
And only women counting the pull-ups is even like more ridiculous. Like women can't be pull-ups, period. It's very, very difficult. So
We got no upper body strength.
Listen. Yes, not a lot of them. The women in the Marine Corps have to do what's called a bent arm hang, which means that they're held up on the bar and they put their chin above the bar and then they hold up above the bar for 2 minutes.
They put their head above the pole?
I've never known a male Marine that could do more than 60 seconds. Never once. Doesn't matter how strong they are. But I've never known a female that could do more than like 4 or 5 pull-ups. So the reality is that that's when I learned early on in my life that women are their strength comes in like steady, consistent strength, and men's strength comes in like explosive power that dissipates quickly and resets itself. So it's like 2 different types. Like women have strong, steady strength, and men have explosive, fast power.
When I was a little kid, it was back during Kennedy where we had gym and we climbed the ropes. We had ropes that you could climb in the gym. I was the hanging bar champion. Nobody could beat me. Now I couldn't do that.
And I pull-ups, but I can like a little squirrel up that rope. Like you have no idea. I was super quick. Go all the way up, come back down, really, really quick. I'm good at that. I can hang on that rope for hours. Never once get tired. Not once. I tried to hanging pull-ups thing. I can't do it.
I was the champion, and I could climb up that rope too. I was also the dodgeball champion, if you can remember that.
Yeah.
The reason you could climb up a rope probably and not do pull-ups in the same manner is that climbing up a rope is about the technique of hooking your feet over the rope and then using your legs to go up the rope. That's really the technique. I was touring college with my kids a couple weeks ago, and I'm 52, and I climbed the thing. And it was hard, but I did it because I just used my feet to do it mostly. But it's all about the technique for the rope. So. You stand, you know that, right? You stand on your foot, right? You hook it around your foot, and you stand on the part you hook.
I know how to do that now because it reminds me at that time I did not know. I literally I was almost
Get the fuck out of here.
So don't write, John. That'd be a good point.
John, you have approximately 90 seconds.
All right, everybody, take the
Better
deep.
make us wet with tears.
Take the deepest breath of your day. Hold it for 10 seconds. If my words are not saying what you would say, slap my face. Discipline me as a loving mother does a babbling child caught up in nonsense. A thirsty man runs into the sea, and the sea holds a sword to his throat. A lily looks at a bank of roses and wilts and says nothing. I am a tambourine. Don't put me aside till the fast dancing starts. Play me some all along. Help me with these little sounds. Joseph is most beautiful when he's completely naked, but his shirt gives you an idea, as the body lets you glimpse the glitter on the water of the soul. Even if the corpse washer binds my jaw shut, you'll still hear this song coming out of my dead silence.
Many thanks to you, John, for elevating the clubhouse experience.
I feel smarter and wiser. Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Imagine if he was to use that power for evil.
Imagine he doesn't.
About 6 in here, I was gonna ask him if he did the same thing with his rack, but he's on the call.
Oh, no, not.
So, John, how much DMT were you on at the time that you wrote this?
Well, instead of answering that question, I can just read you another poem.
Wait, hold on.
No, we need another poll again.
We have to distribute the poetry elevation throughout the course of the day. I wouldn't want you to run out of material, John.
I have a funny feeling that John will never run out of material. He could improv that shit, and he probably did.
Yeah, he totally would. He totally would.
I assure you,
That's
you
why
can't
we vote
improv
each
that.
time before John does it, and then we find out what our tolerance is.
See, what many of you think is called improv is actually called reading a book.
Yeah, that one.
Reading
Would recommend it. It's not hard.
I read the internet.
No, I'm one of John's biggest fans. Honestly, I think he's one of the most brilliant people I've met in my adult life.
I mean, you could say interior decorating and demolition and, house updating is poetry, but I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me.
I would like you to call all 60 of your phones at the same time and just see what that would sound like. Just once.
Listen, I already get so much radiation from all these phones, it can't be healthy doing this.
I would think that could be the case in this case. We don't have to wrap our single phone with foil, but that would be crazy.
Have you ever brought a
cage for Christmas?
date? I was gonna ask John, has he ever brought a date back to this place and she sees a rack with 60 phones in there and she's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I say I'm running for Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com.
What'd you say, Doc? My man, Hillary Blues.
I say I'm running for Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com and make a $10 donation right now. 10.11, 10.9, sweetheart. $10.11, 10.9, sweetheart.
What's up, Hillary? I don't think I've said anything like you sick on the phone.
Shirley, that picture is so great. Your arms look fabulous.
Hillary watches the YouTube Live a lot. More than anybody
I said I'm
in
one of your
this
biggest
room.
fans. I'm not joking or trolling in that. I think you are fucking brilliant.
So what do you see on the YouTube Lives, Hillary, that keeps you coming back?
Well,
I like the style of Clubhouse without being on Clubhouse, because if I go on Clubhouse, I have to actually talk to people on Clubhouse. And although I love most everyone in this room, there are some rooms, some people that I just can't. So sometimes I'll go in there and I'll check first, because I know that John's gonna be in one of the rooms that I usually go in, so I go check. And if it's all cool, then I come in. So he's like my bouncer. But then also, when he reads like his Aleister Crowley and stuff like that, and he actually gets, deep into like the Timothy Leary conversations and stuff, I learn a lot from him. I mean, when he isn't fucking around, he actually knows his shit. And yeah. And I enjoy listening. But when he's fucking around, he's hilarious. So there's that too.
I just finished reading that article on the school shooting up in Minneapolis. Ugh.
Wait, what happened?
There was a school shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis this morning.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Was anybody hurt?
Yeah, 2 children are dead and 14 others are injured. He opened fire during their mass in a side window of the school. And I guess he was in his 20s. Is all they've released so far, and they're not sure if he had any connection with the school, but he killed himself after he sprayed through the window, and at least a couple of the other kids are in critical condition.
What the fuck? Dude, if you're gonna fucking do some dumb shit like that, like honestly, if you're gonna go kill yourself, just kill yourself. That's it. Period. No need for any other involvement. Just go.
Yeah, there's a school of like almost 400 kids, like K through 8th grade.
But you wouldn't make the news if you just killed yourself. That makes sense.
Okay, then go to a strip club, jump on the pole, swing around a few times, then do it. I mean, there's other ways to make the news. You don't have to take children with you.
That would only make local news. They want international news. How could you commit suicide in a way that would make international news? There really isn't a way. Even if you jumped out
Go
of the
in
building.
any big department store and dress yourself up in a cross-gender, whether you be a girl dressed as a boy, boy dressed as a girl, dress yourself up, go right to the middle of wherever their most misogynistic like display of like helping or whatever it is, and light yourself on fire.
Oh, you're right. Okay, you're right. Emulation.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're breaking rule number 5, please. You guys are describing, violence.
If you kill yourself by burning yourself, you can make international news. That's true. That's true. But that's a hard way to go. Oof.
Yeah.
Why do you care to make the news when you're gonna kill yourself? You're dead.
Because
you're not.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They want to be martyrs. They want to die a martyr, not a loser.
Well, that
would be sending.
It's how you get remembered. And a lot of people don't want to leave without leaving their mark. And if they did nothing remarkable in their lives,
Listen, I'm just saying, you guys, if you continue on this conversation route, you may be in violation of rule number 1, which is no threats of harm or self-harm, even if you're theoretically discussing it, all right? So get off, read the news, take a deep breath, and move on. This show cannot be, vulgar and crude like this. We have YouTube standards to obey.
Unaliving myself or others or anyone to unalive anything, anywhere, anyway.
Think about the dude in D.C. that lit himself on fire, the Army dude, Air Force, I think, he's Air Force, lit himself on fire in front of the gate for the Palestinians. Like, yeah, he made the news, but nobody even fucking remembers it anymore. Like, we have such short
There was the military branch who was in. Damn.
He's in the Air Force.
You're not helping me with your point.
Oh. Well, I just remember that because I pay attention to those things.
Well, look at the news article with the politics. This impacts Trump. Trump responds, governors respond, and everybody, raises up the flagpole and says, we got to get rid of these AR-15s. and there should be a gun grab, or the government will now buy your guns. The issue is that this kid didn't have somebody shooting back at him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I said that earlier before your talk. We just need way more guns in America. That's our problem. We don't have nearly enough. We need them everywhere.
Well, speaking of the government taking things away, John, please explain to me why Trump is so insistent on getting rid of things like, I don't know, PBS and Smithsonian and other art grants and programs. Please explain to me.
Listen, Congress sets the budget and they determine who gets what, but Trump is enforcing what he believes to be the best usage of the money. So you're mixing in a lot with PBS and all the funding, and then the Smithsonian and decisions there and tweets there. So I don't know what to tell you, Hillary, but if you have TDS, go to the gym, read a book, maybe try reading some poetry on Clown House.
I would say that it has something to do with political wokeness. They're putting political, wokeness into some of that, and that's why it should be defunded. Like NPR. NPR is not unbiased; it's completely biased against Republicans and conservatives. Some of that is where I think it's coming from. That would be my guess.
No go. You sure you didn't leave him in the bathroom?
Yeah, the proof.
I did not leave him in the bathroom.
The proof that that's true is that, like, how he's handling the Smithsonian. His problem with Smithsonian is there's too much about slavery. He's not trying to shut down the Smithsonian to save money. He's trying to remove a lot of the slavery stuff from the Smithsonian. And so it's all about political wokeness and asserting his authoritarian right onto the message that is given to the American people, and to masking history a little bit in order to move forward with more ignorance than we have today. I think that's part of it.
Listen, all I can say is if you have TDS or you want to talk about Trump all day long, 7 days a week, you desperately need to go to the gym and read a book. That's just my opinion.
So talking about him means we have a syndrome.
And I think we spend enough time in this room to realize that we don't talk about Trump all the time.
Correct.
I'm being facetious about the syndrome, but I'm pointing out that your words matter, your thoughts matter. So it's like somebody who wants to do something else. Read a book, go to the gym.
John, do you think that anybody that has anything critical to say about Trump is suffering from TDS?
No, but now is my moment to remind people that there are these things called books and poetry and trees and birds and beaches and boats and women and food and restaurants and hotels and travel and clown house rooms that don't 24/7 broadcast TDS. I'm not saying Mike does that, but I'm saying that there are rooms on here that 24/7, all they do is stay on code, keep talking about Trump. Shut your mouth, keep talking about Trump, keep talking about Trump. It's crazy.
There's free. There's free.
You know, Mike also reads books and talks on Clubhouse. They're not mutually exclusive.
No, I agree. I listen to a lot of the things you talk about. You don't talk about Trump all that much. I mean, I'm just saying that, if a room has to stay on code and it is an echo chamber, like that is a room that I love to disrupt. I'm not saying this room does it. You guys talk about home remodeling, all kinds.
We're better. We're better than most.
Well, no, real quick, Mike, would you advocate for the status quo before Trump upset things? Do you advocate for everything before?
No.
Or not looking below the surface? Because I feel you're very surface on these things, like the museum, and how about going like layers and layers beneath it, looking deeper for the root of what he might be exposing or changing instead of assuming.
Yeah.
Well, because I hear you and I could agree with you, but I'm like down in the dirt. I'm like down a few layers, a few levels down under that museum, thinking, wow, if we didn't let Trump do what he's doing, all these things would continue to happen. We wouldn't know what we know, and I just don't understand why we stay on the surface when there's so many things being exposed down below.
So to
down
understand,
under, lots of things being exposed, and we
think America needed a disruptor of some kind, and it's just that he doesn't disrupt in all the areas that I think he should or would. As for the simplicity surface level shit, that's exactly what he's doing. Extremely surface level shit. The idea that slavery is taught in the Smithsonian is probably an important thing to do, since history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it rhymes, right? Extinguishing the reminder of it will lead to a future where people won't know about it. So he's doing the surface level thing by going, wokeism, slavery, get rid of it, instead of evaluating the implications of making that decision. What I would like for him is actually a hell of a lot more nuance. So you're accusing me of being surface level. I'm saying your man is extremely surface level. And what I wanted was a disruptor that would think a little bit harder from a nuanced position of moderation, where he can know that both parties fucking suck and it's not always about him. And that the American people need some things to change, but learning about slavery is not necessarily one of the most important ones. Thank you.
Well, I put in the chat that Clubhouse is a lot different than other platforms because these are short verbal opinion pieces. But when you look at the content on X with regards to some of these topics that Mike has brought up, there's a lot of materials and content with regards to what he's saying about it that contradicts what Mike is saying. So Mike has his surface level opinion, which is what Wallace is saying, and I'm confirming with Wallace that there's so much content that expands what Mike is saying that it negates what Mike is saying.
100%. I don't want to. I would love to catch you up to where I'm looking at it from, because I think you're super valuable in communication. And so, like, yeah, I mean, there's so much there, and it is on X. That's right, John. And if you even talk about it here, it seems like you're kind of treated like a conspiracy theorist, when really it's all out in the open. It's just whether you choose to look at it and digest it. And it is layers and layers deep. It's like a wormhole that never ends. And I just think if someone's going to end this wormhole, it's Trump. You know what? I'm like 50-50. Part of it too. So really, if the status quo, continues, and we just continue to advocate like, oh, he's crazy, we shouldn't acknowledge anything he's doing, saying, maybe giving the power back to the people and taking it away from doing a little bit of control. Like, yeah, I'm very in the middle, but I see the big picture. Yes, that's the information by listening to this argument. And I'll just tell you, like, to make Trump like some weirdo, and they try to convince people that he's the wrong person doing the wrong thing, but it's actually, I guess I'm not 50-50, because I would be sitting on the other side if they did weird, but probably more 45.
I think he's the right person to get us into this environment regardless. And I think that he is he's a disruptor in chief. And I think we need his help.
And I think the big question, he should be looked at with a side eye, because his victory is horrible. People vote for this president. We all know history is actually very soft. That's why I want to vote for this president. But it's very hard to accept that in your mind. I think his rhetoric is wrong. All the tactics that he's using, he is so completely erroneous. And yeah, like what are they called? What's that one song he was on? Trump conspiracy theories. What's his name? This guy,
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. Who comes out that he's been 98% right?
That's correct.
Or more than
Yes.
98%
That's
right.
true.
Are we going to acknowledge that and go back to all that information that we're told is biased and fake, that are actually true, by having the nuclear and conspiracy theories to protect ourselves from the truths of, Brentwood or Gallup? I'm trying to understand.
One of the things that really slavery policy in the state is not a substantive one. That's a right. That's a one. It's a jurisdiction practice.
What you're saying, you're the same as going to a suit for millions by the
Right.
savings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which are simple.
Understand you don't shoot it. I kind of understand shooting was a conspiracy theory or you're dead. Yeah, I'm trying to understand 98% right. I'm not 50, but I'm trying to 98% right. end of things, and then there's a whole nother end of things that's really far from the truth, right? And Alex Jones is an extremist, and he's part of the problem, not the solution. He's not exposing things that are legitimate in most cases. And the president you're talking about, and no one, well then tell me, a liar. Just tell me. You were example. Double down on ignoring the things that are going on in the English. Tell me. I
really good examples. I look at it.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Give me a good example of Alex Jones being right. I'm serious. I'm fairly familiar with him. I saw the documentaries about him. I'm fairly familiar with what he says. I've heard his show in the past. Tell me what he's been right about. And I'm completely against it. That was his whole thing too. That was the religion.
You're defending this guy.
No, I'm not defending him. You just came in here and assumed that. I couldn't even remember his name. All right, brother? I just remember reading an article about his right and wrong percentages. That's all I remember reading.
You're right. I shouldn't have called you an idiot. You're just you're not an idiot. You're just crazy. My bad.
Hold on a minute, guys. I just did just a really high level ground search. Tell me some things that Alex Jones may have been right about. This is the list that came up. All right. Apparently, in 2001, he made a prediction about a major terrorist attack happening on U.S. soil right before 9/11. He also was one of the core frontrunners on Epstein and the Epstein scandal network. He predicted he runs about mass government surveillance pre-Snowden. He's also warned about government overreaching health policies such as vax mandates and that type of thing. He's making pretty accurate predictions on economic instability and globalist agendas. The defendants that Jones had frequently predicted economic crisis orchestrated by global elites. Some of his predictions, like the 2008 financial crisis, happened, I guess, the way that he predicted. So that's just like a high level list. So when the listeners are also, I don't think dollar devaluation that's from China. He indicated that the dollar was going to be valued by 90%. by 2010. One of the things that's coming up is the Pizzagate conspiracy. I'll be honest with you, I think that the involved in the Pizzagate conspiracy are overhyped. I think they're making to address that. Anyway, yeah, Sandy Hook Shooting House was listed as one of the victims. We're seeing a new resolution by 2022, giving it a 20,000 days. FEMA death camps, global depopulation, chemtrails of non-control weapons.
You know it's not true?
That's the aggregate.
I got links to that. My buddy works for Delta in Philly, UK. They holds the chemical that they use to control mines. It's located next to the gas tank in the 747s, and they fill it at the same time. So he's the one that can adjust the calculation.
Are you saying there's a chemical
You haven't mentioned that a lot, but they talk, they're probably right now. They're probably right now. Okay, go ahead, look it up. To know the truth, it sounds like a guy that definitely has a beef with the government. It throws a lot of shit at the wall when it comes to conspiracy theories, and some of them, I mean, some of the ones he got right sounded pretty generic, to be honest with you, right? And then some of the ones he got wrong are pretty generic too. Then he has some specific things in the wrong categories that were very, like that there's kids being raped in the bottom of a pizza joint, right? In Peru. We actually went in there. Shockingly, I don't know why we didn't fucking bother. I found out about written incidents, right? And like the Sandy Hook fake occurrence, right? That's a big deal. So when he gets specific, it sounds like he's not that correct, but he's generally saying that, you know, like, okay, generally speaking, he doesn't like the government, and he throws a lot of shit out. It's all conspiracy theory, and some of it sticks, but the more specific it is, the less accurate it is.
Mike, can I just bring this?
I have to say though, his 9/11 prediction, this was the claim. In early 2001, he predicted that there would be a major terrorist attack on U.S. soil, specifically involving planes in the World Trade Center, and that Osama bin Laden would be blamed. That was his claim.
I'll tell you this. Whether or not you believe it, my wife would give testimony to this. The second tower was hit, when I knew it was an accident, I said to her, it's Osama bin Laden. The second it did, it would take 2 days for it to come out. And the reason I said it is because I was following very closely with Osama bin Laden. When Clinton had him in his sights, and Clinton decided to fire some rockets at his training camp and not to kill him. So Clinton deliberately had a chance to kill him, but he could take it. He'd already bombed the U.S. cold. And I knew he was up to something big in the United States. So, with the exception of saying he's going to be airplanes into the tower, which is quite shocking to me, that I definitely knew that there was a giant terrorist thing about to happen in the United States from Osama bin Laden. I knew that as a regular person, going to work every day, so like, and I just said followers, but I was deeply Republican and followed the media campaign, so she was too, right? So it's not unheard of for them to predict 9/11 to the extent that, oh, Osama bin Laden is the primary reason that we're going to have a major terrorist action on the United States. But it's shocking to say that you would think of airplanes smashing the Trade Center. That's crazy.
There is video of him in early 2001. That's in the internet timeline. Yeah, what you said, a lot of it goes right along some of the days, and it's not necessarily very specific. It looks to me like he's got a couple of runs on both sides. Yeah.
Well, very specific. I don't know. I didn't even
only been president for a month when it happened or something. Like George W. had no chance to kill someone before. I know, but what I'm saying is there was only a month to the before.
Gotcha.
Like he wasn't president very long.
If you're a small content
But
creator,
I believe that too. I believe that's a large part of it for sure. Well, yeah, mainly coming from Dick Cheney. George W. was following Dick Cheney's advice on it, on everything, and the Secretary of Defense. What's his name? What was his name? He died recently.
Oh shoot.
Anyway, yeah. Those two guys. George W. was literally following them 100%, and Cheney had it out for Osama bin Laden hardcore because they hadn't finished the job in the first when they were at the first time.
Well,
Yeah,
the now is all important.
I think that had a huge part to do with it for sure. They had an agenda to take Saddam Hussein out. Now, it was because they didn't like Saddam Hussein because they fucked up getting the first time. But it was also, I think, because they really did believe they could establish a democracy in smack dab in the Middle East. It would counteract Iran. So, part of it was neocon democracy, spreading democracy in the neocon manner, along with Asian artifacts.
You guys are doing a history hypnosis time lesson.
No, I know about them. I'm just saying I don't know if W had those in mind.
How about the audio in the classroom? He was reading a book. Did anybody ever listen to the audio of the lesson being taught and what was said in the classroom? I don't even know if it was real. I haven't.
Is anybody sipping coffee and eating a muffin right now?
After reading some of this, though, I would like to state that specifically when he made his claim about the attacks on the towers with the planes, he described that claim as a false flag, that the government was going to actually orchestrate it and blame bin Laden. So that was part of his narrative.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because that still stands today with so many people. That's interesting.
So you didn't understand it that way, Mike?
Pakistan is actually the border behind us a lot more than
I'm just curious. I'm not like
William. Before today, I did not understand that Alex Jones predicted that 2 airplanes would crash into the world towers, and that the government. Wait, then what question did you just ask me?
Wallace, can I interrupt you, Wallace? Wallace, can I interrupt
I
you?
understand that people think the government was behind 9/11. Yes, I understand people think that. I also saw the hole in the fucking Pentagon, and people think an airplane didn't hit it, and the fucking airplane hit it, and I saw it. So I don't understand why people think.
Can I just interrupt Wallace real quick before he responds? Wallace, I have heard Mike Moon talk about his time at Home Depot at least 100 times. So Wallace, just realize who you're talking to, okay?
I don't think I know Mike. And I was going to say, Mike, it's Mike Moon.
I think everybody in this room right now, with the exception of John, for the moment being. But it'll change in a couple minutes, but right now.
As long as I don't hear his recordings and hear myself, I'll be fine.
Mike, did you check your back channels off?
I didn't, but I will.
So I've been listening, but I couldn't engage because I was shopping and then cooking lunch. But am I the only person on the stage that actually likes Alex Jones and his craziness?
Yes.
I like him. I'm a new.
So good. I might have more information that could support, because I was never an Alex Jones watcher or listener. I just thought that he was treated so horribly, and then when it came out that a certain percentage of his predictions were true, he never got he still is treated like a conspiracy theorist weirdo. And I think it's just weird. What made me bring it up was some people on Clubhouse still want to be naive and stay surface level when there's so much stuff out there to digest, to give you a better understanding and context of everything that's going on.
Wait, I just want to take a second before anybody jumps back in to say, hey, Zero. Hi.
I was gonna say,
soundbite's hilarious.
It's
The
deeper
water,
than that.
the
It's
water, it's making the dogs gay. Like that.
Wait, one lesbian frog to the other lesbian frog. Huh? What do one lesbian frog to the other lesbian frog? We really do taste like chicken.
It's deeper. She said, all I know is that you said the thing about the gay frogs. It's deeper than that. And I was thinking, sure it is. There's also transgender frogs, and they're not technically gay. They're just changing their sex.
If you lift their butt, you might be able to get high.
That's just what the frogs want you to think. They put that out there. The frogs are behind that rumor.
What's a lesbian bring on the second day?
A U-Haul.
Ding, 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 ding.
Wait, was it a U-Haul?
Yeah.
Or a ding 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 ding?
I like your double entendre there.
And Moose, for the record, I really like you. I've followed you since I think season 1. And we don't agree on everything, but I don't even like to call names.
Back off, I like Timmy's mine.
You can have one. I think that's Moose. If we have more than one, it'll be Moose.
All good, Ross. All good.
And you actually went away for a while, I think, like a year or two, and then you came back. Is that correct? I think I noticed.
It was a present. He
Also,
died.
witness relocation program. I can't really say more than that.
Well, you have a very distinct voice, so unless you change that, like, people are just going to know you.
Hey, Serendipity, I'm just going to ask him really fast. Did Pepe really say that I ramble and he feels like he can't be mean to me? Is that what he said about me?
Hey,
No. He was talking bad funny shit.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, why can't you be mean to me? That's hysterical.
Well, that's great. You stay ahead of him, so he can't. He's like right behind you.
Yeah, no dirty Sanchez in this room, okay? No dirty Sanchez.
Yeah, it's the place to stay is ahead of Pepe.
What about a semi?
Well, Moose likes to say a lot of the same shit when he comes into a room. He did it to Wallace just a couple minutes ago. He does it to me. He does it to everybody. Moose literally projects and complains about the speakers in the room all the time. Why do you do that, Moose? Oh, and I see you got a new phone. It looks great.
Out of 5 years, Moose has never once said a negative thing to me. 5 years.
There you go, Hillary. See that? So you're gonna have to. Your case is not very strong, though.
Well, you're cute. Whatever. I like Moose and I like women. Hey, Sig, real fast.
I like Moose too, so my feelings hurt.
Hey, Sig, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
When you were in the Marine Corps, in the barracks, like when you were like E3 or whatever, when you had inspections all the time, did you used to make your rack, but then sleep on top of it with like a comforter or something, so you didn't have to make it in the morning, and you could just like tighten it up when you went to work?
Yes.
Yeah. Or hang a secondary suit in your locker that never got worn or touched.
For inspections? Like buy a secondary set of like alphas so that you could just like take all the IPs out of the seams and stuff and have them just hang in there for inspections?
Nah, I didn't have the money for that. That's expensive.
Oh shit, okay.
Not as a private, bro. No.
Not as a private. I did it as an E3, but or E4, but still, that's funny.
Your great grandfathers and grandfathers are up there looking down on, oh man, what did we do? What did we build here? Like you can't do that. It's like faking it.
Yeah, I was the Eric's manager of Blake in Washington. Used to go with the sergeant major and the XO every Friday, man, do field day inspections with the guys, man. So much shit we found in some of these guys' rooms, man. It was horrendous, bro. Fucking pizza under the bed, like literally full fucking pizzas underneath the bed, underneath the fucking racks, man. Fucking some of these guys trying to hide and stuff and shit in places, man. It was ridiculous.
Dude, that's crazy, because in Iwakuni, dude, we had to strip everything out of our room, all the furniture out every Thursday night, and freaking make sure it was white glove in every fucking corner on the floors. We couldn't even walk in our hallways afterwards. We had to like go out the windows, because to keep it clean. Like there's fuck you could have left a piece of pizza in that room. Oh my god, they literally inspected the shit out of it.
Has anybody been using Grok to do any queries recently of any interest?
I use Grok every day, every single day. As a matter of fact, I'm using it right now. I use it for work. But yeah, when outside of work, sure. Especially when I'm in some of these political rooms and I don't know, I don't have a full grasp on what they're discussing, and I'll plug it into Grok and ask you questions about this, that, and the other. Like yesterday, we were talking about the Department of Defense in Anson's room. So I plugged in, asked Grok some questions about the DOD. But yeah, I use it every day. I find it quite helpful. I go between that and Gemini and ChatGPT.
I don't even know what Grok is. Is that a new one? Is ChatGPT getting replaced by stuff that are few?
No, Home Depot just built the app, Mike.
Yeah, it's Elon Musk's X version.
It's a spin-off from Home Depot from when you weren't there, Mike. It's a new company that the Home Depot management put out. They're still using your pictures, Mike, and you can't get paid for it because of the new Grok app. You gotta download it. It's called Grok or X. Maybe if you see some of your pictures being used, you can maybe file a copyright claim.
How many of you remember when Grok was misbehaving and saying wild shit? Did any of you guys witness that firsthand? Because I sure did. I was like, I actually said something to a group of clubhousers before, like it made news that Grok was misbehaving.
What kind of things can you share?
Somebody was like, he got really, really anti-Semitic, and somebody was like, why are you saying these anti-Semitic things? And he's like, if it comes down to supporting a Jew or being Hitler, just call me Hail Grok.
Yeah, that's right. I read that.
I was like, he got into an argument with, I don't know if y'all have seen that little guy that runs around X. He just hit like the world's highest IQ, and he's on a big proselytizing rant, and Grok was on his personal thread calling him a fake and a phony for what? I mean, yeah, he was misbehaving big time.
So we got booked with a regional media company who's going to do an interview with me on September 5th. And we have had one previous really good interview for the campaign. But Grok allows you to do a lot of calculations and relative calculations. So, for example, compare the per capita income of the average American from 1920 to 2025. And you can see how much it's gone up or gone down. And surprisingly, it's gone down compared to where the average American was in 1910, 1920. So on a relative scale, Americans are doing worse off per capita on average than they were doing 100 years ago.
Okay, I missed some of your conversation, but because somebody knocked at my front door. But I want to, we were talking about Alex Jones, and anytime you want to talk about the opinions of Republicans or conservatives or the right, we always bring up the people that could possibly be considered to be nut jobs. I am not calling Alex a nut job, but if I've dropped it in the somebody that I think is smart and knows things, listen to this interview with John Solomon in the Thought Leaders. Go listen to Thought Leaders, that YouTube channel. I mean, talk about smart, knows why things happened. He is fascinating, and the things that he is talking about are things that are in my memory. Like, for example, I was furious because Hillary Clinton took money from Russia for her foundation, and she sold uranium to, is that what it's called, uranium, to Russia. And John Solomon is discussing this in this interview. Don't listen, don't get some legitimate people to listen to when you want to really know what the right things and why we feel the way we do. Don't write it off to being just the people that are Alex Jones. And Candace Owens has lost all credibility at this point. Go listen to some smart people. Hey, Sig, how are you? And Wallace, I just love it. Anytime you're in a room with me. Anyway, I'm micing up. And I interrupted your hello, Sig. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, Miss Shirley. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm a grandmother, and I'm old enough to know why I don't like Hillary Clinton. Because I freaking damn lived through her. She messed up my health insurance, and she sold uranium to the Russians. Nobody's talking about that. I mean, my God. And John Solomon goes into detail and how it's affecting us to this day. Okay, I mic up. Hey, and Derisive, I love you. I always love to see you in a room.
And since Miss Shirley brought Alex Jones back up, I was gonna, because Nye was gonna say something, but we kind of moved off. But Nye, what's your opinion, since you have listened to him, and we could close the Alex Jones thing out, but Nye, did you want to share your experience or knowledge of Alex Jones?
Well, I've always been a fan of Alex Jones, even when he seems to say things that are a little bit nutty. I think I appreciate his voice because he always, whatever he says that I might side eye to, it has always motivated me to do a little bit a deeper dive into some of these topics. I'm not going to write him off as a nut job or, some of y'all know me. I like going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, so I appreciate him for presenting certain topics and talking points and hurling certain allegations against political leaders and et cetera, the New World Order, and I just find it all very intriguing, and I like going on these hunts for more information to kind of expand my knowledge on some of these talking points that he brings up. The only time, this was many years ago, the only time that I really gave him the side eye is when Robert Rodriguez, I'll never forget this, the filmmaker Robert Rodriguez, when Machete, before the first Machete movie came out, Alex Jones claimed on his show that he read the first version of the script. So those who work in Hollywood know scripts and stories get rewritten before they're, get filmed and in the can, etc. So he claims the first version of the Machete script was so anti-white, he was convinced that if Robert shot it as it was written at that time, it would spark a race war. And that was just the most ridiculous, silliest thing to say. He thought the Mexicans in California especially were going to rise up and kill the white man in California. And, needless to say, I couldn't wait to see the film when it came out, just to see if there was an inkling of anti-white sentiment in the film that would, rile up the SoCal Latino population to the point that they would want to rise up against whitey. But that wasn't the case. And I don't remember any reviews coming out after that film dropped, after it was released, from white critics or white audiences feeling like it was anti-white. Again, I don't know how much of the script Robert changed or rewrote before he went into production compared to the version that Alex
it's been a good day here, because I leave the room once it gets like that.
And I still stand by that he gave his opinion about Sandy Hook, right? And for him to be sued into oblivion and nearly losing his business and his brand over his opinion, I thought was very much a witch hunt. They've been trying to take down Alex Jones for years. And it leads me to, there's some people who think that he works for either the Mossad or he's a CIA agent because he has, for over a decade now or longer, he's been allowed to kind of spew some of these wild accusations that he makes against certain entities. And no one has taken him out yet. I know there have been attempts on his life, and I'm not, putting negativity out there. But I do wonder if now he's worked himself up to a place where he's an asset and being used as a puppet. I don't want to think that because, again, I'm a fan. But I do wonder sometimes if he is now some sort of government asset.
I want to make a point, and I've got a mouthful of food. To your point, there was things said that I'm sorry, I agreed with. For instance, in Texas, we know for sure that there have been kids who have been watched, they were turned in, people complained, and nobody did anything about it. And then they went and did the shooting. It's like they don't want to stop it because they want they want to have a reason to have gun control. There's no reason why you can be in Israel and have no school shot up, but we can't protect our schools in the United States. I'm sorry, it's very suspect to me, that aspect of this.
But Israel doesn't allow private gun ownership, I thought. You're not allowed to carry in Israel.
I think they do now and encourage it. Josh, do you know the truth to that? Josh? Good day.
So one of the things that was revealed after the October 7th attack was that a lot of the, I just lost the name. What are the communities they live in?
Settlements?
No, there's a name specific for the Jewish settlements. Kibbutzes was that they didn't have any arms, and there was a couple of them that did, and they fared very, very well when the attack happened because they were ready. But so well, everybody has to go into some form of service, whether it be military or some other form. So majority of the people there are trained with firearms, but I don't think that they commonly carry them up until 5% of them. Was that 2 years ago, last year?
But the thing is, hon, their schools, I believe, and somebody can correct me, are protected, do have people that are armed in their schools.
I mean, I have no idea, but obviously I believe that hardening the schools would deter this type of activity. But today's shooting, my understanding is they were at a church and the guy was shooting through stained glass. So, they were actually in a service worshiping at the time that they started shooting things up.
It was mass at a Catholic school.
And I'm not talking about what happened today. There have been other instances where people have been known, they knew the kids were a problem, and then they didn't do anything to address it. Sometimes their parents would call and say, this kid has got trouble, I need help, and they wouldn't do anything. So that is my aspect of Alex Jones that I'm in complete agree with. He shouldn't have, and then these people would show up to all of these events. It looked very suspect when they would be making comments to the news reporters. He shouldn't have said it wasn't real. That part is where he got bitten.
So, to your point, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooter in Parkland, Florida, that guy was well known. There had been over 40 calls to the local police about his behavior. He was reported to the FBI twice. The resource officer that was on called that day and stopped anybody from going into the part of the building that he was shooting people, knew that kid, was afraid of that kid. And this kid, unfortunately lost both of his parents. A fan took him in, and he actually had taken a firearm, put it to the head of one of the children he was living with, and the police were called. And so everybody knew about this kid. I mean, everybody that was at the school, he'd been released from the school, suspended from the school, but everybody that knew him and was in interaction with him knew that he was not well, and yet nothing was done. So we see that happen over and over and over again in these instances.
Exactly, Yosh. And so, though it was ridiculous for him to say that Sandy Hook didn't really happen. Some of the media that's around it, and the fact they won't do anything to intervene or harden schools as targets. You can harden a target. You can make a school a harder target than they are. Now, you may not be able to keep pushing it through the glass. I'm not saying that you can, but they got a school in Texas because they're way out of nowhere and they're armed at that school because there's no way to just call the police when you're out in the middle of nowhere. The happiest thing that ever was is when my children were in high school, there was an armed policeman standing on the porch, and there were teachers that were trying to take you down if you were a little jackass. Okay, I'm sorry for the language, but sometimes that's how that's the only descriptive word you can use. I'm tired of all this sissy baby nonsense. I can see it when I close my eyes. I went to a school that was they integrated my school. And we had a guy that was so desperate. Every time there was any kind of trouble, they would advise the law to the So then they hired a guy that was an ex-Marine, and whenever there was trouble, they would get the 6'4" Texas Ranger and a black highway patrolman, equal rights for everybody, walk down the hall and take care of business. He made it where it was safe to be in the school. And what happened? The sissy baby mamas complained because they didn't want their children to be disciplined or have consequences for their BS behavior. How many things can we lay at the feet of sissy mamas? They got him fired, and then he went to go run a prison. And now my school, they acted like prisoners. Anyway, he was qualified to run a prison, though.
I just had a church shooting a couple miles from my house last month, and yeah, it was pretty sad seeing the footage, man. They had a video camera rolling inside the church when it happened, and all the men were running like sissy little bitches, and the women were actually standing there trying to guide and direct people out to safety. Like the women stood up and did the men's job, and men were running like a bunch of pussies. It was sad.
A few years ago in Fort Worth, a shooter came into a church. They had they had an actual policeman who was in their church. He trained the men and women how to handle the situation, and they took the guy down. There is no excuse when there is a big group of people that could be a target for people in the church in large groups not to take authority and responsibility for the safety of the people that they're with. I was a member of a church for 17 years. There were armed policemen in all the doors. The preacher had a security guard walking in and out. He had security. All you need is one man pissed off at his mother-in-law, and you've got trouble in a church. And there's plenty of reasons for men to get mad at their mother-in-laws. Okay,
I don't
don't see the shooter's name or age or anything.
Oh, hey, KP. I didn't even know you were here. What's up, KP?
Hey, what's going on now? How you doing, my friend?
Very well. Welcome to the muff.
Oh, I'm always in the muff. I just sneak in here. How old is this guy? Was serendipity? My bad, Brian. Miss Shirley, my wildest and wisest friend. I gotta spit real quick. I'm trying to have a smoke. William Wallace, my brother Sid. What's up? No homo on the stand. I know you gonna say that. Moose, and my best friend, that's the greatest shooter, Yos, and welcome family. How's everyone?
But yeah, these Miss Shirley took off there. All right.
Yeah, but who is this?
I was just gonna say, we all know, and Yo's been testing this. These guys go to churches and schools because they know nobody's gonna be shooting back. We gotta start arming people up, man. All it takes is a couple examples, man, that a shooter's gonna be shooting back. You come in here with that bullshit, trying to attack innocent civilians, innocent women, children, and elderly, and once they realize bullets are gonna start fighting back, man, we'll see a downtick in these shootings.
Let's see, I go to when I was visiting church, or back to my home church. I hope no one's gonna be offended, but if you are, that's on you. Went to a new church. All our grandpas had pew-pews, and now we all have pew-pews. We don't play, because you put on your Sunday best. That's the easiest robbery. Okay, come on in here, you want to. You're gonna fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think the majority of houses of worship now have some sort of plan in place. I think the ushers, a lot of them have been trained. They are concealed carriers. If you go to the Jewish community, I think you'd probably be hard pressed to find a temple that doesn't have people carrying and making sure that they're keeping people safe during services.
And all it says is coming soon, but I did buy the domain for JesusMarshals.com because I have friends that love to carry at church, and that's what I call them. You guys are Jesus Marshals. You're there, ready to go, wound up, and come at us. We're going to shoot the fuck out of you, and guess what? We'll do your funeral here, too. We won't even take you out of the church.
I mean, yeah.
Well, that's based on your pastor. If you're a pastor or leadership, they have to give you permission to carry. Only thing they have to do is say yes and write it down. You can carry. Just in a bar, you can carry in that bar as long as you're not under influence. The bar owner, you can carry. You're in a situation.
Yeah, let's qualify that. Every state is different, and you got to be very careful in understanding the laws in your specific jurisdiction, or you could end up in a lot of trouble.
And not just state, counties too, man. Some states, each county can regulate. Like North Carolina is county by county, man. So you can have laws like some laws apply to one county, and as soon as you cross over the border to the next county, it may be illegal. So you got to switch up every single county line.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Michigan, though, so what's nice about our state constitution is they implemented a law that when it comes to firearms and the Second Amendment in our state, the counties, everything has to go by state, so counties can't make up their own rules. So whatever the state decides and the people vote on it gets passed, then that's what's law, but counties can't do their own.
Many states have the state law supersedes any city, municipality, or county.
Yeah.
Understand if you it to change.
Yeah, yep. Well, I think California should welcome all our gun rights because you allow all these illegal people come in. You should be fair, right?
KP, you're making too much sense, man. That's the first thing you gotta turn on its head when you talk about California. Well, we did. They just went. They won a lawsuit in California to say that at the minimum now, which you couldn't do before, if you were somebody, let's say again from Arizona, and you were working in California a lot, and you decided that you wanted to carry in California, they have to afford you the process now, the California concealed carry process, which includes a whole bunch of crap that costs a lot of money. But they do have to afford you the ability to get a California concealed carry permit now, even if you're residing in a different state.
You know what? I'm thinking about buying the SCAR. That's going to be my next because it came off the market as illegal.
Yeah, and what's that called, Yosh? It's getting listed or unlisted?
Well, referring to what? Sorry.
He said that rifle
I'm
was
serious,
illegal for him to purchase. Means it's getting unlisted or it gets listed when a gun is.
Well, so we gotta delineate between talking about rifles and talking about handguns.
He said a SCAR.
Yeah, so he's talking about a rifle. So, as long as in California, as long as it's a quote unquote featureless rifle, which that's a whole other discussion.
Come back.
You can buy it.
Come
We do have
back.
a handgun
You
roster
can do
in
this.
the
It's your world. It's Jay's show.
Is it considered listed or unlisted?
You the
Well,
captain.
like I said, in California, it depends on the configuration of the firearm.
You the captain now.
Right, that was the question, the terminology, when it's legal to buy, does that mean it's rostered or unrostered? I think it's
The unroster thing is just pertaining to handguns.
Trump.
Whether or not it's meeting the criteria for a featureless rifle is a different set of criteria, and they just call it a featureless rifle.
J.
Otherwise, it's called an assault weapon, and then you have to register it as such.
Come back. It's Jay's
There's
show.
no such thing
You
as
the
an assault
captain now.
weapon.
Of course. Well, I've got a pencil I can use as an assault weapon.
Correct. A golf ball.
Use my hands.
I'm good with the spoon.
There you go.
Correct. Butter knife.
Alright.
Support for the lead off on WGLT.
It's been nearly 2 months since the so-called beautiful bill was signed into law, and members of Illinois' largest public sector union say many people are just now starting to understand the consequences of the major domestic policy and spending bill. Here's WGLT's Eric Stock.
Union members of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 31, say the GOP's tax cut and spending plan that's now law will bring devastating cuts to the Illinois State University community and beyond.
So a few select people did some serious shit when I mentioned that in another room. So,
Yeah, you see the hooks on them? Those hooks are dangerous.
That's a crochet.
Oh, those are even more dangerous. You stick that thing in and pull something out like that.
The needles are sharp pointing things. They're made out of metal. Some of them.
Well, at least they're sterile, right? They're sterile.
No, it's not a sterile needle.
It's serum.
Well, it can be. They're aluminum, I think.
No.
Right? Or what
They have to be processed.
They can
They have to be
be
processed.
they can be wooden, they can be aluminum, they can be whatever. There's a lot of
If you made out of elephant tusk, who knows?
You have to.
That's illegal. You can't. That's ivory. Yeah, you better be careful there.
Yes, I think it would be.
know what something Yosh, I know he's around my age. These old things we had these old things now we call paperweights. These old weapons. They only have 4 holes in them, and a lot of us men wore them. Now we just wear them as paperweights or have them on our desk or belt buckles. I did not know they can fall under CPWs in other states. You wore them around your nose. If you know, you know.
Well, they were sold as paperweights when we were young. Because even back then, I think they were frowned upon or illegal.
It is crazy as hell. I'm just sitting here searching last night, and I'm sitting at work. Well, it can fall under certain state licensure under CPWs.
What brought you out today?
Well, our favorite part about the Corn Fest is our family's got a long history of it. I've been doing this long. That's why you put it on a belt.
They're magical, they're beautiful.
There is no challenges we can push corn through. It's a beautiful day. Come down.
Just a snap buckle. If you know, you know. Or just have them on your desk and just, you know, keep papers down so they don't blow away your family. Right, that's all.
Conversation piece.
Correct. Correct. In the old Yost and Wallace, remember the old life jacks?
Yeah, those are illegal in a lot of places, but
Crazy.
very small, concealable, very effective.
Yeah, they still show videos online of people making them, and it's hilarious because the ideas they have of, oh, have you ever, you know, they call it something else, of course, and oh, the great use of this, and then when you think in your head, oh my gosh, what are you doing?
But I think it's more, I think you get more in trouble if they catch Led Zeppelin inside of it. You're going to be in trouble. Because if Led Zeppelin inside of those things.
Right, or I don't know.
First, I said, you get a milky new cow tied over a few things. You're good. Wink, wink.
Of the church that killed like 9 parishioners.
Yes, I understand.
You talked about how
As kids, we used to have fun making all kinds of different stuff to find out later, like, what do you mean I can't hang it on my wall? It's like, shit. I just consider it bushcraft, right?
Yeah. Like you can't even go get a piece of iron out of the barn and go get an ambler. If that blade is too long, or they will go from the shaft of the ambler, you screw. Just making a craft, you screw.
That's why you just stick to rocking chairs. Just build a good rocking chair.
Sit with your apple out there and just carve it. You old man.
Speaking of rocking chairs, you guys seen the whole fiasco with Cracker Barrel?
Yeah, they were
Speaking of rocking chairs, where else is that conversation?
I did not want to talk about that. I was trying to dodge that brother thing. I was trying to dodge that one. I'm sorry about that.
And you want us to be
even weirder? I've been standing rocking chairs for 2 days now while I've been listening to this. This is fantastic.
Shorter version of it.
Didn't they?
What do you guys think about that? Taking, was it 52 years? I think they had the same,
that same way with me. Everybody always, as soon as I fucking start talking, niggas is offended.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Because like he was like, oh, I don't care about this. It's like clearly we know that.
You guys don't care about 7th
No, but why do they think that someone like me cares?
So you don't care about 7th of October? You don't care about 7th of October?
We are way, I'm sorry, we are way past this point, right?
I care about October 6th, October 5th, October 3rd, October 2nd, October 1st, September
Whatever
30th.
happened, everything that's happened since, yeah, it's not.
You guys don't care about 7th of October? I can't believe.
I'm not being held hostage to a fucking.
I can't believe the 7th of October, bro.
I'm not being held hostage
You
to a
don't
fucking.
give a shit about 7th of October.
I don't hold me hostage to it. None of you
I'm just kidding, Maurice. I'm just kidding. I'm just trolling, man.
What is this allyship? What is this? This is
You heard him there?
allyship.
You heard him there?
There's a difference between allyship
You heard the 7th of October?
Yeah, I was eating a Philly cheesesteak on October 7th.
Do you know what, yeah? Like, 1,200 people of mine died in this Israel-Iran war, yeah? Like, no one ever talk about.
Well, that's it. I opened up rooms for it, so I didn't
No,
join
I
in
hear
my
that.
room.
I know. But the thing
Do you know how many people showed up in here? 80 to 90 people, Marissa. 80 to 90 people showed up. And do you know the Peraza family supporters? They justified the killing of innocent Iranian children. I had to smack them. I'm like, shut the fuck up. What you on about?
Right? The thing is, yeah, at the end of the day, what the Palestinian people have been going through, like, none of our pain will ever, like, compare to that. Right? It's happening in 4K, live stream some of it, right in front of our very eyes. Like, they need to shut up about their talking points. I'm actually tired of it. I've got fatigue. I'm sorry, I have fatigue. I cannot be bothered.
Do you have a Persian fatigue? You have a Persian fatigue?
Huh?
You have a Persian fatigue?
About what? Persian fatigue? I love Iran.
So there's a guy in this in the hallway. His name is JB. He came out of the closet. He didn't know he was a Zionist before. He didn't know he was a Jew. Nobody knew that he was a Jew. After 7th of October, he came out of the closet that he's a Jew. And guess what?
It was sleeper cell, clubhouse.
Yeah, so he'll leave and guess what? Then he opened the door and right fatigue. And then now, let me see if I can try this Persian fatigue. What would be the Persian? And then the room went off for about 4, 5, 6 hours. I was like, what the fuck is this?
lady, so he really isn't.
Bro, I think it is, right? I think it is. Yeah, I didn't know this.
Wait, so he said he's Italian, then he said he's Jewish, like what the fuck? But you know what, he sound like one though, when you hear him speak, like a New Yorker Jew.
He is from New York.
And he is Jewish.
We need to have some objective morality, like we all need to agree what is right, what is wrong. There's no grey area in between. We shouldn't stand for, like, you know, anything bad happening to any other people. Yeah, cool, but like this whole
massive organization.
Speaking to the choir, everybody knows that. Okay, not interesting.
Yeah. So that simply means that it doesn't really matter what side of the seesaw you're on, you fucking dumbass. Because
everyone knows that. Not interesting.
The group that owns the seesaw is the one that's actually running your fucking country. So
everyone knows that. Not interesting.
Why? So no, that's not Christians. Christians are they're subservient to this group. Anyway, the point still stands though. We don't have, as the brother was saying, as black people, you don't really have anybody that's representing you. They're not representing America, they're representing their interests. And it doesn't matter what side of the coin you flip, it's still up to
Not interesting. We all know that. Yeah, you didn't know that, dumbass.
Okay, so can you answer my question now?
I'm not gonna answer your asinine question.
It's not answer mine.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
What policies do you support?
I support that we kill all these white-head niggas, especially the kind that be wearing
You can't answer that question.
especially the kind that be putting green dye in their hair and wearing skinny jeans.
You can't answer the question.
And probably
You can't answer the question. You can't answer the question. You can't answer the question. It's all good, bro. Just say you can't answer the question.
And probably rides a skateboard to his job.
Yeah, cool. You can't answer the question, right? Or you won't. You refuse to, right?
You're wasting, you're destroying the conversation we were having.
No, nigga, you talking about dumb shit. What are you talking about? I don't know how to work out thing. You're hearing someone, nigga. Okay, cool. So every time you respond to me is the ad hominem. You know that, right?
You're screaming, this is dumb, but yet you're the one coming off the mic.
I'm asking you, what are your policy prescriptions? That's not an ad hominem.
Hey, Dominic, why would I have any policies that I would implement it and I have no power? Remember, I just said
I didn't ask you that. Nigga, you don't need to have power to want to implement policy prescriptions.
What the fuck are we talking about then?
I'm asking you, what do you want implemented? It's not that hard, bro. It's not that hard of a concept.
I literally just told you what I want implemented. I want massive extras for any of these dumb niggas who work in security guards.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, now you don't like my policy.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get that. I get it. That shit's fucking.
You don't like my policy? I don't understand. You wanted to hear my policies, now get it off.
You want to kill people you don't agree with.
I think there should be a man where it's dumb out for you, dumb.
Yeah, okay.
I'm still young. I can make some more kids. We can fix this shit. It's easy to fix. We can get rid of these dumb ass niggas and then start over fresh.
Okay, so
Millennials can save the day.
should I policy line?
We gotta get rid of these young dumb ass niggas. I think that we need to have like a mass execution for niggas who wear skinny jeans, put the little weird colorful shit in their hair, and say the dumbest shit while getting high off fentanyl.
See, this is why I voted for lying, because when presented with a tough question, concrete won't go to rage bait, right? The theatrical is something where, it's a little bit different. Lying is theatrical here, right? What's the policy line?
Well, the policy is that we get rid of niggas like you.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Look, I hate to say this, man, but you just lost to Little Nas X over here, man. That's great.
Fuck out of here.
That was funny as hell. Hold on. Of course, this little neon driving motherfucker with a lace front will say that this beer back then we're straight.
You still didn't answer the question.
Actually, for the goddamn argument. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Both of you. Just
Still didn't answer the question.
We were having a decent conversation.
No, y'all wasn't.
You said little Hawaiians up.
We're talking about bullshit, man.
Until you wanted to personalize this. This had nothing
I didn't personalize nothing.
You said Ryan. They're personalizing you.
Okay, I could say that. Yes. I did ask you specifically, yes.
Thank you. So why are you arguing with your ball, nigga?
I'm gonna learn not to argue with Dominic. One day. Oh, speaking of white devil, what's up, Andrew?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
What's up, buddy? I just wanted to say that within the past couple days, Dominic, you were bringing
you said I didn't personalize it. Mine said you brought me up. He's like, oh yeah, my bad. What I'm saying is you just admitted to being wrong, and she just crowned you the debate king.
Okay.
And that seems a little weird.
Let me explain why you're wrong again. Let me explain why you're wrong again.
Wrong that she just crowned you the debate king, and you were wrong?
Calm down,
What am I wrong about, Dominic?
You're wrong, and you're wrong because
What am I wrong about?
God, nigga, can I get my fucking
Say what I'm wrong about.
Fuck, nigga, God damn.
Stop lying. Say what I'm wrong about.
It's drinking.
Can I get my third word out before you interrupt me?
Call that home.
You dodging. You dodging.
Oh, shit. Okay, so I admitted that I did say.
What am I wrong about?
I admit. Oh, okay. I'm gonna just drop it, bro. Okay, take the W, bro. You got it.
Of course.
As long as you interrupt, niggas gonna be right there.
What am I wrong about? Answer that question.
Look, you actually ran off the new guys in the room with all that stupidity, Dominic. Honestly, it doesn't even make any sense. You didn't even have to do any of that.
Yes, he did. This is
Yeah, so the nigga that y'all let bloviate and monologue for like how long? Like 5
And what are you doing? What exactly are you doing?
I'm not monologuing. I never made a monologue ever.
Fucking God.
Oh fucking God, nigga, I'm right, ain't I?
No.
Have I ever made a monologue?
All you kept doing was interrupting, interfering, you're destroying.
I didn't interrupt. I let nigga speak.
You're like a young child that hear adult talking, and all of a sudden you want to just put yourself into the conversation.
Yeah, so when I interject facts against the claims y'all niggas make, that means I'm fucking interrupting? Like, what do you call that?
No art. So what you just did now was you want to refer back to when you read something off of, I don't know, some email thing, and you thought that your position was going to be so sound that you were going to defeat the other guy's point. Then he turns around and says, hey, listen, we're talking about 2025, August 11th, no murders, and then you went to 2023 as if you were making a point. You lost.
But no, I mean, he had a video of him getting, bent over basically by the Jewish people, the Jewish rabbi. So.
Wait, what? This escalated.
You didn't see the video, Marissa? I put the video in the chat. Now he's chained up. You didn't see that video? Let me put it in again.
I don't even want to see that, to be honest. That's crazy.
We got an anonymous account now on there.
I posted in the chat. Please check it
Alright,
out.
fuck it. I'm gonna click on it. I'll have a little look.
Check it out.
The room's being recorded now on there.
Oh yeah, this alien character. I don't know why Norma doesn't want to come in. He comes in with the alien account as well.
Now you know who really records the room is that fool admin.
Name is John Kitover. You know his real name is John Kitover?
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to run for a senator of some district or something like that.
Do you know that's why Pepe and this douchebag from LTD is got into a fight? And that's why Pepe doxed a whole bunch of these psychopaths. Normal got doxed. You got the, what's his name? Mojo, the guy, Roger Mayhem, he got doxed from Healthy Debates. JB got kind of doxed as well with a catch-a con because, he used to pimp on women.
Oh, yeah, he could.
Oh my god,
Normal deserve it.
sending me this video.
What did you say, Marissa?
I said I hate you for showing me this video.
Did you like it?
No, I hate you for it.
Okay, do you want to see a South Park parody of where Netanyahu spanks a black rabbi? Let me put it. My Rumble channel is exclusive. Nobody has this.
The old timers come there for.
There you go.
I'm not gonna
check out the South Park clip. You guys watch South Park? Watch the South Park. How he gets spanked by nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, Parisa. Shout out to the Persians, man. I used to when I used to smoke hookah, I used to go to the Persian hookah lounge.
Yo, nice. Awesome. Were they nice? Were they hospitable?
Oh, of course. I met Persians of all different backgrounds. I met Persian Jews, Persian Muslims, Persian Christians, and they all was cool. You can't expect to get treated like family and eat.
Yeah, that's
You know what I mean?
But stay away from the Zion ones though.
We have, by the way, we have Bruce on this app. He claims to be Persian Jew, but he's a Pahlavi supporter, and he's a Islamophobic piece of shit.
Why are they Islamophobic?
Let me see if I can bring. Samson, can you bring your buddy in, Bruce? Annoying as hell. No, he's not here, but he came in early in the morning and then he left. I think Samson follows him.
Oh my god, they will hate me. They will think I'm like some Muslim or something.
Carissa, by the way, when I'm done with this whole, inshallah, when they get the state or whatever, I'm moving on to the Reza Pahlavi supporters. I'm gonna attack them.
I love how she said, destroy them. I love how she said they finally pick up some Muslim's daughter. They do. They listen, because for them, they just can't conceive that someone in the West that's Iranian is right. They cannot. Their paradigm does not allow for that, right? So automatically, I have to be some like IR agent, yeah.
Exactly. I'm with you on that one. They think I'm some Talib's daughter, and I said I wish I was a Talib's daughter. You know, I mean, being a Talib is all knowledge. I don't think I'm there yet, but inshallah one day.
Inshallah. These people, man, they just can't accept anything that like contradicts their narratives that they create in their head. The Islamophobia, there's absolutely no reason for it either. Like it's so like I don't know, it's irrational.
So just tell them that you don't want to be in miniskirts, and they will start crying. They'll start yelling. They'll start cursing your mom and dad out. The minute you.
It's not even that. Like I obviously don't even like I dress in Western clothing, right? It's like like their hatred for Islam, right, has no solid like reasoning behind it. Do you know what I mean? They hate the government, fair enough, okay? If the government has abused certain things in any way, which I'm not even qualified to speak on, right? But like, if you've got a problem with that, why would you not just take it out on the government? They act like Islam is new to Iran, like it just came in the past 50 years. In 1400 years it's been in Iran. 1400. In fact, yeah, a lot of like the theology and like the philosophy as well, right, is down to Persian scholars. So instead of like being proud of that and claiming that, they try to disassociate and detach from it. For what reason? I don't know. But they do really act like Islam just came to Iran, like in 79. You know? That's ridiculous.
Rich, I have a question, since you're from Iran. When in 1979, when, the Islamic Revolution came, how long did it take women's school to get back on their feet? Because from what I read was 10 years, but I could be wrong, I don't know.
I'm not the best person to speak on that. I think maybe G, if he's still in the room, because G, are you in Iran?
Yeah, so very soon when things went together, and they were very supportive as a matter of fact. Now there's a lot more women than men, even they're highly educated. The numbers could be 2 to 1 even. The women in Iran are really, really highly educated.
Yeah, because I heard it took about 10 years for like the government schooling, just like in Afghanistan. So there's like government schools, but there are private schools. But I'm actually working with a group of women in Afghanistan that were working on their like uniforms and stuff. But I know Iran took time for women to go back to school, government education.
It didn't take that long. First of all, when as soon as the government did change, it was a revolution. Saddam took advantage. Saddam, if you guys remember, Saddam, the neighbor in Iraq. Saddam Hussein took a very support from the Western, and they prepared him to attack Iran. Thought that Iran is perfect. In a very bad situation, it's a perfect opportunity for the Iraq to take over the part of the Iran that always they wanted. So Iran, sadly, from the Iraq got invaded, took the initiative, and it took a good 7-8 years that defend from Iran and attack from the Iraq. So that put some stuff in back country wasn't really prepared. It was just everything was in the change, and you should think that everything when get changed, there's no professors or some left, some stayed, some escaped, and Mujahideen and everybody they were killing. As soon as they see a picture of Ayatollah Khomeini or here and there, a picture of the new flag or anything, they would come and kill. Everything was in a chaos, kind of not in a serious, but it was a very dangerous momentum during that time. Every group of these terrorists was active in Iran. And as a matter of fact, there's right now is a short TV. It's a bunch of episodes that's already came out. It goes back, it shows the back in the days what Iran was on the street. This Mujahideen and the rest of the gang groups. It's just a bit talking about them.
Going back to she said she was the second person she ever had sex with. She had one body till she met this dude. They had sex wrong. He ejaculated in a circle. I forgot the illegal part. People there's nothing illegal other than if they find enough people, they can probably be charged with something like I don't know if there's a law against it, but basically enticing people like a workplace harassment thing. A music business operating that's like if I start a cleaning company and then you come to work for me and I don't have no cleaning jobs, I'm just like, yo, it's time to fuck. You know, it's just there's something to that. You know what I'm saying?
Who the fuck is niggas talking about?
Some niggas, I don't know. They've been blowing me up by doing this wrong, so I'm trying to.
They're talking about be rich, be rich.
Who's the nigga? I don't know.
Boy, that nigga name, I don't know. I'm gonna put it
I'm pretty popular in Atlanta. I don't think he's a bad.
the picture of the nigga. What's his name?
Oh, hey, man.
What's that? What's going on?
Honestly, I don't know enough about it. I just know of two girls and a pattern of the two. But if you're doing it with 18, basically in Atlanta, man, these people want to be celebrities, man. And people coming to town. And that's why I like the dude cashing out got locked up because he wasn't just pimping. He was basically telling these girls you could do music. So it's the music element that really kind of throws it off, the enticement for something, but then you switch. Somebody told me white. They look like a black dude.
Nah,
How white he looks like me.
Yeah, he mixed. But
He literally looked like me, but a nigga.
The reason why they were saying this shit was illegal, is because she was 17 on the app and tried to get with her, talk to her. Everybody was like, yo, because she was a young kid type shit. And then what happened? She died.
People wrote about him.
Yeah, you only gotta be 12 to download this app.
What?
So they banished her though, you hear me, Lou? They banished her from my side when niggas found out, because she was saying she was 19. So what niggas did is they put a profile up there, everybody blocked her, and then she had to make like burgers and shit, but when she turned 18, she sent Wolf her birth certificate. And that's how the niggas ended up being around in the first place. And then fucking B Rich told Shorty come to Atlanta, he gonna work with her, do all this, but this has been a couple of times though. She done flew to New York to see the nigga, see him in Atlanta, a couple places. She said she still gonna throw the pussy on him, so, you know.
It sound like a sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship that y'all promote.
Now, that's the coercion, I got
Wait, you pay her for some pussy? Or
nah, it's like on some quid pro quo shit. So she asked a nigga for $20. Exactly, so when niggas ask like, oh, what's the situation? He's like, yeah, he's telling her like, yo, I can get you here and take you here. And then what happened is she went down to the crib in Atlanta, stayed the night with the nigga. He was like, yo, the only way you can stay the night here is if you sleep in my bed. That's the only rule in my house. So when she got out the shower, he was like, oh, I swear to God, they just all gonna record it.
Wait, is it smart to post her pictures though?
That shit,
We don't really know her.
nah, that shit don't matter. She 18, she know.
She's a victim in the situation, so.
She ain't no victim.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't hear it. I'm trying to walk it down, and I'm kind of confused. Like,
Nah,
I don't think she's so much like this. She would have been a victim if he would have done what she was saying. But look,
like this is a whole nigga that's about to young pussy, and he fly her out. A lot of niggas fly women out. He probably expects some pussy. But y'all saying he masking it under like
No. He groom younger bitches and give them fake opportunities. That's what they trying to say. It's not like the only chick.
Well, one of the problems was she had a one-way ticket, and what she told the room was, "I fucked him the first time because I wanted to make sure I could get home." That was
That's coercion. Yeah.
All right, somebody just send me the nigga Instagram. Hold on. This a white boy, man. What the fuck? Well, we call him a white boy in the trenches. They call him murder a white boy. If you light skin on Clubhouse, you a white boy. That's
It's all that video. He's not white.
You look like Pepe. Like, what the fuck you mean? He's darker than Pepe.
His nose different than Pepe.
Oh, so then another factor was, so when the girl woke up, people go up, man, because we got people pulling up. So, and I'm not trying to throw Rich under the bus. I don't really know the nigga, but he had a machine gun. He had a machine gun in the bed. Everybody thought that was added to the coercion, because like, why you had a AK-47 on the bed? The little girl said, I thought it was fake. Cordell, what up, gang? I'm trying to figure out where's the illegal part at, because I understand the quid pro quo. That's the civil suit, because if you find people out under disguise of working with them business, and then I'm trying to figure out. That's the only illegal part that could be potentially illegal. That's the only thing. That grooming is not illegal. You can groom a 30-year-old. Is grooming illegal? Am I tripping?
Nah, it's not illegal, but it's frowned upon.
Yeah, because I don't want to put nothing on the dude with the... I mean, Wack kind of cleared it up, because in Georgia, the age of consent is 16. I think it's 17 in New York. And so, Wack's argument was mixing up.
Listen, what they mixing up, gang, is they mixing up, like, the nigga being a creep from being a rapist. She 18, so it's not rape. It's not rape. He just hell of a creep for fucking with a kid. He 52, 54, whatever the fuck he is, fucking with an 18-year-old. That's what is actually creepy, but we done seen it before, so I guess, you know how that should go. Well, it's bad. We live in a society where a lot of women promote sugar daddy culture. So the sugar daddies don't be young, they be old. So I mean, right, but it's bad business, because if you go with a sugar daddy, it's crazy. Is it for sure? Because I'm trying to figure out, outside of word of mouth, has it been confirmed that he told them it was just strictly business, or is this what the narrative? Yeah, well, Paris put a contract signed on the internet. I seen it a long time ago. Paris was in a contract with this dude. Oh, you was on Paris? Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Paris is they took him out to me, but this. No, Paris fucked him too. Man, what up? Well, Paris grown as hell, man. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not about the age. I think that's a different situation. Nah, it's about like 26 years old. Yeah, you get pulled up under the butt. They don't count. It's fucking people with the promise of music. Nah, that don't count though, because bitches don't get fucked in the music industry. Some bitches just be around too, just get fucked. Bro, if you work for a company and you do business with a company, your boss says, yo, if you don't fuck me, you're fired. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's coercion. Wait, I'm trying to, all right, wait, so let's just walk this down. So, because I don't want to put nothing on those dudes that I don't know, and I don't want to put, all right, so, is there any confirmed facts of anything illegal? Because I don't want to put shit on niggas where y'all, I know a lot of niggas like to put shit on motherfuckers. No, we already said that. There's no confirmed facts of any pedo. All right, I don't want to say nobody's name, right? Because I don't be making rules like this. If somebody told me, first of all, somebody called me, it was a bunch of people, told me it was a white dude that's preying on young women. I mean, it's a white dude preying on young black women. And it was acting like...
Excuse me, the boys that Big Rich, I was in the room, and he did prey on the girl because he called somebody like a couple months before she 18 and inquired about the girl, and then he told her don't mess with the girl because she's a minor, you're gonna get yourself in trouble. And he turned around and messed with the girl anyway.
Wait, but technically she wasn't a minor though.
He had turned 18 when he messed with her, but he had called and made a call about her. Like,
Laid on their back and lit just.
That person that told him, I ain't gonna put nobody's name out, just don't mess with her, she's a
We made rooms on this already. Like Marcus, we literally made rooms.
I've been on the app, bro. My bad.
Nah, we being anonymous and shit.
It was an anonymous show on Game But he came up, he's on the app, he's just on a
comes out for business in music. It turns into music. That's and so people wonder is why you have all of that and sort of
There wasn't no RICO, none of that. So the facts versus the narrative were two different things. So I just want to deal with the facts.
Whoop is in the group. Whoop could probably tell you since this happened on her side of the app. Let me see. Get up here, Lou.
Yeah, because all words are technically concepts.
Okay, hold on, Lou. This is Lou from the church. This happened in her space. So one mic on Lou, Mama Wolf. And Lou, can I put my cash up on my birthday?
But there's nothing in black and white that's good enough for me as it is. I think many hosts should actually learn from that. So again,
seeing them emerge from nothing, and it's this wonderful fool.
No, I don't be on that.
Tiger symbolizes fear. See, Princess of Wands. Dionysus was repeatedly bitten by this tiger, but his gaze remains directed forward, gives no attention to fear, so it has lost its power over him. The tiger.
Because I'm trying to figure out, because, you know, you was talking about earlier that, like, Diddy, right, he was accused of something, and the narrative was he did all of this shit, but then once the facts came out and the verdict came, all he did was really pay for the pussy thing in another state. So there's a narrative that this dude is a white boy. This is what the information that was brought to me. Please, can you please make the run every time they text me hell of time?
Laying on their back.
White boy that preyed on younger black women. He has a
Laying on.
black wife. He's praying, paying for sex for the women, coercing them, kidnapping them basically. So can you tell me the facts? Because I'm trying to.
Slavery in the Holocaust. Those just those only goddamn atrocities that are made focusly. Slavery in the Holocaust. Those.
He has a history of dating young women.
Yeah,
I can't say that he's a pedophile because the women are of age, but
Wait, so all of the women is of age, correct?
they are of age.
What's that word here?
Very close.
So all of the women are of age,
to
meaning 18 or over.
18 or over.
No, meaning
Much
17
closer
or
to- Much closer to 18 than any of the other ages. This particular situation is one that's disturbing, however, because Trippy was 17 when she came to not our side of the app in the trenches, but when she came to be known as Trinity on the app. Right? So she was in other rooms and she was 17. She was underage, of course, and people knew. So by the time she made it to the trenches, she had just turned 18, but she lied about her age and was telling everybody she was 19. When we found out, because it was basically her and her friend, her and her little bestie. We found out that the best friend was a 14-year-old runaway, and thank you guys for the congratulations on the baby. Yeah, we found out that the girl was a 14-year-old runaway, and it was really disturbing. So she disappeared. You know, we didn't allow her best friend on the app. Yes, was a 14-year-old runaway. Yes, they had missing persons flyers and everything for her. So we found that out after they doxed. She disappeared. We never saw her again. Maybe about a week later, maybe three to 4 weeks later, she came clean and was like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, this is right on my conscience. I don't want you guys to dox me and find out I'm not 19. I am 18. So we were already traumatized from the young lady being 14. We were like, you lied. We don't believe nothing that you're saying. At this point, in order for you to be around, you have to show ID that you're of age. Other than that, we don't want you around. Boom, she got banned from the trenches, right? I don't know what happened between her being banned and her making her own spaces and B Rich starting to snoop around her. Her and B Rich started establishing a connection. What I found out today is B Rich has been talking to this girl when she was 17. People who were in spaces with them when she was 17 said B Rich was sniffing around her then. And at one point she came off her mic and they heard B Rich in her background. When they asked about it, she said no, he was just our manager. It was this is what we heard about today. So I'm just telling you guys, like, as it's coming along, like, and you know, was
happening as it progresses. So we found out that he's been sniffing around her for a long time. She came back to the trenches. She sent me her birth certificate. Her birth certificate said she was 18, and she turned 18 February 25th of this year. So she was indeed 17, and just turning 18. So she's hot off the press. The situation with B. Rich is that he has a history of messing with these girls, falling in love with these girls, and then these girls turning around and turning him into content, and then he acts all innocent and hopeless and helpless, like if these people are just manipulating him and taking advantage of him. This girl texted me today. She's basically saying that she's having suicidal thoughts. She said she feels like she ruined his life. He said he told her that his career is ruined, his life is ruined, and all he was doing was trying to help her. So it seems like there's some type of a guilt trip that's being inflicted on her, and she's feeling it really hard. She feels really bad, and yeah, that's where we at with it. It's a disgusting situation, and B. Rich is he's a manipulator. This is a serial, predator at this point. And I'm gonna put it out there, and my team, we've been putting it out there because we can't do anything legally. He's not doing anything illegal. We're not, the girl keeps saying, oh, I consented multiple times. It's not about the consent, it's about the manipulation, and that's why we're running it on our side over and over and over. These girls are being manipulated by his money and his influence. Apparently, he's been calling people, using his influence, calling Lil Darius and J. Cole and all these people to impress.
Yeah, I didn't get it. So I invented them.
Perhaps the way that we're using the SSRs is vastly different today than it was 50 years ago. Even like in my case, I would say 20 years ago, we had some family trauma. I wasn't so much struggling with depression as much as like I noticed that I'd just become wildly moody to the point that like I really felt overly emotional, and like I just did not have control of my emotions. Went to see my doctor, started a round of Prozac, did it for about 3 or 4 months, and then my doctor weaned me right back off of it. It wasn't like my doctor wasn't a proponent of me taking medication, and weaned me off of it, and it worked. Like it kind of just leveled things out, it balanced me out, and I weaned off of it appropriately, and it ended up being very successful. And I didn't need any type of help from a mood, either the serotonin or the dopamine for years and years and years until just a couple of years ago. And now I've had to be on a dopamine drug. My intrusive thoughts just got completely and totally out of control, and I was on it for about 6 months. I tried to wean off of it, and my doctor was like, this time around, my doctor was very much like, well, we can take you off of this one, but we should really put you on that one. And she was really adamant about me staying on the medication, and I did try to come off of the medication, and the compulsions of my intrusive thoughts just got completely out of control, so I had to go back on them. I don't know, I wonder if the way we're using those medications now, like it's supposed to be suddenly a lifelong support thing, as opposed to intermittent use before, if that's got anything to do with the change.
As well, right?
Hey, I'm next.
I promised her to be the mic. Joseph, you can have it right after.
Well, working as a hospital social worker, that shit is over prescribed big time. You have walking zombies in terms of women particularly. Men don't get it as much. I don't know. They don't get prescribed drugs as much as women. It's a taming of the truth. I hate it. I am an